Double D's nuts.
What did you say?
Double D's nuts.
Oh, you know, yesterday, I made a little cool video. Let me see if I can share it with you. I want your opinions on it. I'll just push it here in the girls' chat.
She is so alone, dinosaur with
Wait, let me mute the.
Will she find love or die alone?
That is a very interesting video you have there.
Got him!
I can't believe that you would give me up and let me down. And desert me. And make me cry and say goodbye.
I won't ever do that. I wouldn't ever do that. Guys, you still sending that link? Yeah.
Wait, how do I make it so that there's no preview showing up?
You know the little triangle things, like this.
Yeah.
Add that,
like,
and then add that to this end.
Okay, I'm just sending this to Demi.
I want to hear it. I want to know what he says.
Also, I'm sending this to Isaka too, actually.
Oh my god, yes. I've sent it to so many people. Wait, have I sent it to Staffy? Wait, does Staffy know about it? Oh, she knows about it. She knows about it because Demi sang it earlier. He did. He did.
He's so good at singing. And just everything.
Oh no. Oh, okay. I will pick. I have power in your Discord, right?
Yeah?
Somebody to kick.
Wait, I should do an add everybody and then put that link in there.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, say, new video. New video, guys. New video. Where is your... This person. Whoa, this person joined your channel like a while back and...
Wait, who? What?
I believe the name is Princess Mia. They're scamming.
Waterboarded.
Waterboarded. Why am I getting waterboarded? I'm not supposed to be the one getting waterboarded. I banned them.
Would you let me waterboard you if I ask real nicely?
Absolutely.
That is so kind of you.
Ah, they blending me. What the fuck? They sent me away. I banned them. I banned them. I can't wait. I can't wait. How many we're gonna fall for it?
I hope they're all going
What about kind of game is this? Oh, guys,
Christian game.
yes, this
Learning
is
the Bible.
It's dinosaur with double D's. And today we have Fabula. Fabula is gonna be the voice actor for Double D Dinosaur.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really feeling 100%, so I'm sorry if I'm like... I don't want to like put down the mood if I should like rather
You will
do
not.
something.
You will not.
Let me know.
Don't worry. We're gonna change it the moment you start speaking. I hope you're ready. We're going to the waiting room, guys. We're continuing from last night. It's a beautiful game. You missed this. Oh yeah, she actually did miss that part. That part was not nice. Hopefully she will play this game. Waiting room. You have looked at no because you're above average during the memory test. Oh my god, what is outfit?
Wedding dress.
Guys,
That
we
is
gotta wear it.
beautiful.
You know what the wedding dress? Play the menu. We gotta straight away wear that. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Ooh,
It's
mama.
pretty.
You looking pretty. As Double D Dinosaur walks into the waiting room, she already sees Hunk doing push-ups to help his muscles and veins pop.
Wait, this is me now, right?
Yeah.
See, he's such a nerd. I'm
When
sorry.
he sees her approaching, he looks up with a concerned look. Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing a lot better, but it's still difficult.
Your dress looks so good on you.
I know, right?
Yeah. Oh, this is you, by the way.
Oh, this is me. It's been 2 weeks now, Mr. Robson. What? But it's
Mr.
been
Robson's
2 weeks
is your
now,
dad.
but Mr. Robson's absence is still hard to get used to.
I understand. But I'm glad to see you back here.
Me too. It's nice to have some distraction. Yeah, his bulge is very distracting, actually.
He says while
She's-
looking at his
Oh, damn.
nipples.
Nice nipples.
Then Dinosaur with Double D notices something about Hunk's muscular neck.
There are no bite marks on it, and that should change. What? Huh?
I knew it! You'll get right into it! She immediately recognizes the mosquito bite. That's from the same mosquito that bit her last week. Her soul fills up with guilt.
It seems that the events in this game could have serious consequences after all. Anyway,
It warms Dinosaur Double D's prehistoric heart, knowing that Hunk came earlier to comfort her.
aww, isn't that cute? I love how his name is just Hunk.
Oh yeah.
Also, just I accidentally broke my phone. There we go. Thanks again for the pep talk last week.
A modest smile appears on its charming face.
The smile is not what I'm looking at. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I know what you were looking at.
Wait, how are you? What's new?
I'm sitting in a waiting room an hour before my appointment starts. Does it look like I have much going on?
Lemao. She thinks it's funny because he's attractive. Oh, sorry, I stole that
No,
from
you can read that. It's fine. Nah, I'm just messing with you. I'm trying to figure out the following thing.
Does my dick fit inside a cheese grater?
The true, I always ask myself that.
I want to know what it feels like to have your dick grated. Like, I don't want to experience it, but like, I want to know.
Does
Blender
it
is too
feel good?
quick. I don't know. I would assume some people are into it, but
People that are into like putting their pee-pee in a blender.
there's probably. I mean, there's like pain gymnastics, right, where people do like all kinds of weird shit. Someone chopped his wiener off, I think.
Wait, that's a thing? It's still a thing?
Yeah.
I thought it was a meme event.
No, I think it's a thing. I'm not sure. I don't regularly watch
Okay,
people
did you
chop
find
their
the batteries
peepees off,
stable?
just like on the weekends.
Yes, I
I
did.
think my sandwich
Yeah,
cut
can't you hear the vibrator going? Unfortunately not.
Brother,
Your finger grated
just
slower.
take a blender if it's
What?
that hard.
What?
Sorry, Saucy, I'm a visual learner.
I'm talking about the
If
sandwich.
you'd help me out, that'd be awesome.
Okay. I would
The
be so
blender clip.
worried.
It's so funny how like Orion like what? Okay, real whole conversation going on.
So,
Bethel. My bad.
you'll know until you try it, I guess.
On his screen, she sees a nap in which he is completing a profile. Double D Dinosaur gasps for breath.
Is that a dating app? Yo, I'd kill myself.
What? Wait, the part that you notice, or that you're the one that's making it?
Like, both, I guess. I mean, more like that I notice. You know, if I had a crush on a guy and I see he's like, oh yeah, I'm making a dating app here because, like, you know, I really want to meet someone nice, you know, someone that I could envision being with, and I'm standing right there in front of him, and I know I like this guy. Like, at that point, you know, I'm a deer. Just hit me with a car at that point. I feel like, you know.
No. Does that mean you just got like friend zoned?
It would feel like that.
Damn.
But what's even worse than being friend zoned is like, oh, you're like a little sister to me.
I love to help you, Fable, but I can't even. Ever since I donated mine to Ninu's. Good girl. Look, I work hard. Sorry, I just started right now.
Oh.
I just started like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I thought maybe it's time I should just give it a try, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong page. It's pretty lonely like this, with only 9 ants.
9 ants?
So previously, he brought a jar filled with 10 ants. I think it was 10, maybe it's 12. No, I think it was 10. And he showed Dinosaur with Double D his precious ants, and he was very shy and scared that you might judge him.
Aww.
But he was so relieved that you didn't judge him.
Hey, if he wants to have ants, that is great, but did one of them die?
Yeah, his jaw broke.
Oh.
It fell to the ground, and one of them died. I think
That is
the name
so
was
traumatic.
Cindy. Was it Cindy, guys?
Oh, that is so traumatic. Poor little guy. At that point, he should kill himself. So. Sorry.
Oh no! But he's got 9 other ones to take care of.
Well, that's true. They need him.
Yeah.
I bet he feeds them from his breast.
No comments. So I'm trying to figure out this profile setup thing, but I don't understand it at all, man. Oh, we called you man. Dinosaur with Double T tries to hide a surprise. She didn't see this coming.
Wait, a dating profile? But I thought there was a chance that we... How could I be so stupid to think that someone like him could like me?
Look at tears, by the way.
Oh man.
Oh,
What a great
no.
dialogue.
Oh no.
A monster like me. Who even likes gigantic breasts, round buttocks, sultry lips, an hourglass figure, no gag reflex, and a salamander tail that can fall off in case of danger anyway.
Oh, I know. Meanwhile, Hug is still clumsily scrolling on his phone.
Oh man.
Oh, Lampy is asking, what do you think of Mr. Robson?
I would love to taste his anus. Wait, was that the right guy?
Wait, what?
Wait, was that the cat or what was Mr. Robson?
That was the cat. That was.
Yeah, I would love to taste the salty anus. Is that not the answer you were looking for?
I wasn't expecting that right off the bat, you know.
Listen, I'm drinking my limoncello, I'm just talking, you know.
She's drinking her limoncello, guys.
Drinking my last of my limoncello, but it's okay, so I have vodka back there.
You have more?
I have vodka back there, I have 2 soju, and I have a bucket full of party shooters.
Oh, I had my grape soju yesterday. It was very delicious.
Yeah, I haven't tried the grape one yet.
Yeah, it's very nice. Make sure it's cold though.
Oh yeah, I should put that in the fridge.
Yeah. That's fish. So now I'm trying to decide on a profile picture, but I can't choose between these 2 photos.
Can I see?
Don't
What the
laugh,
fuck? Why is he
please.
looking like that?
He's shy.
Yeah, but like, why does his face look like that? Like his...
He's shy. What if I showed you
Alright.
2 of my pictures? He hands her his phone. Tell Double D Dinosaur looks at the selection of photos on his phone. She gasps as her cheeks starts to feel wait. Oh, her cheeks on her face. Hey, Belle.
I mean, maybe all 4 of them.
Oh, why are we in a wedding dress now? We just got this outfit this morning. We just got it. It's beautiful, is it not? Huh? He is barely dressed in the photos. When she counts his abdominal muscles, she concludes that it must be at least a 10-pack.
Damn, son. Wait a minute.
He carefully looks at the 2 photos again and she holds them next to each other.
But these are both the same photo, right?
Uh-huh.
They look very similar, that's true, but there are small differences.
Are we gonna look at like differences? Do we have to do like find the
Maybe he's missing a pack. Maybe
his
they're
bulge
gonna
is a
give
bit
us a
larger.
treat. Like, who needs a 10-pack when you have a keg? True. They look very similar, that's true, but there are some small differences. 10 differences to be precise. 10 differences? I think it's each pack. So I'm still unsure which of the 2 I think is better. With squinted eyes, Double D Dinosaur stares at the photo to see if she can spot the 10 differences. Oh my god, we're gonna do it!
What did I say?
Oh, this is...
Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I told you this bulge was bigger in the one picture.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, shit.
That's the first thing I noticed. I knew it before even going
I
through it. That would be... Oh, man.
Oh my god, look at the oh my god!
Oh, there's a duck missing on that sign in the front.
Oh. Dot? Oh.
Like a dot, one of these dots, like on the one,
Oh, yes,
on the one
yes,
of the right there. Yeah.
Oh, his ads are around. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Fuck is that bird in the background?
I didn't know you were though.
Oh, the shark's fin in the background. Yeah.
This is his cat. He talked about him having a cat.
There is only 2 and all the other ends are crawling around. Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
One is holding onto the shovel, one is on top of that thingy there. Aw, his ants really like him.
Yeah, he takes care of them. Oh. 3 more guys. Must be his asshole.
On the right, there's like one of the blades of the grass in the front is not in the picture. Like on the one on the left, there's like 5, and then in the front, on the right, there's 4 of them. No, like in the very front, the very front, bottom right.
Oh! Oh, smart. Oh boy. Go away. Is it his ears? You see it? You can't see half the image. Oh, sorry, it's because of me. My bad. Oh wow. Okay, one more left. Okay, we can do it. Oh my god, look at the crab. I'm just clicking everyone. Shiny pearl on the mountain under the bird. Oh! We did it! I see it! We found all the differences!
Hell yeah.
And what do you think? Which photo do you think is better?
I was thinking about the right one because of the gold.
Chat, you can vote. You know which one you guys want. You know. That's part of. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lappy also wants the bulge. Damn. Everybody wants the bulges. I'm voting for Fable.
You voting for me?
Right, guys, you're voting for Fable.
What does it even mean you're voting for Fable?
Okay, we're gonna go for the bulge one.
The right one, I guess. I think you could look, I don't think you could look bad in a photo anyway, even if you tried.
Oh, that's nice of you. You old ass kisser. Whoa. Is that a compliment?
It's playful banter, I think.
You old ass kisser. He enthusiastically nudges her in the most platonic way ever.
That is
Of course, jiggle a little because they are huge.
Oh my god.
I'm voting because big dick. Fair.
They also call him Big Dick Bell.
Are you killed by that?
No.
They breasting boobily. Nice.
Is he really going to date? I thought maybe we had a connection. You know me, ass kisser supreme.
She's forcefully imitating the sound of an ass being kissed. She wonders whether she should tell him. That is totally you. You would do that.
Do you want me to try to make it sound of an ass being kissed?
Yeah, go on.
Is that accurate?
It was accurate, I think.
Oh man.
She's too scared. Too afraid of being rejected. Too afraid to expose herself as a prehistoric creature. And besides, it is quite difficult to make a serious transition from making ass-kissing sounds to possibly declaring your love.
Do it before you find someone else and you'll forever regret not having spoken up.
Do it!
And then
Do
at his
it!
wedding, you'll sit in the crowd and you will look at them and you'll be like, man, that could have been me if only I had talked to him. And then years later, when you're both old, and then it was like, hey, I liked you back then, and he was like, oh, I liked you too, why didn't you say anything? And you're gonna be like, oh, because I was scared you're gonna reject me. And he was like, well, I feel the same thing when I was like, hey, I'm gonna make the app on this account. I wanted to see what you'd say, to see if maybe you liked me too, but you didn't. So then I just went ahead with it because I thought there was no use and I need to get over you. But then both of you are already old and at the brink of death, and then at that point, you know, there isn't that much time left for romance. So like, you know, you wasted your chance and now it's gone forever because you only live once.
Yeah, you could have had like an up moment experience.
Yeah,
Instead,
exactly.
You are old and disheveled and in a care home. Hey. I'm back and Nova Art has been commissioned. Oh, hell yeah! Ooh, which one is it?
Probably the one with Gale, I think.
Oh, Gale! Old, who you calling? Waves a walking stick. Oh no, not again! Hi, Staffy. Waiting to see how much full of us as it's technically too. Oh, okay. You let it know. Ew, that really is what an ass being kissed sounds like? Oh no, hunk. Well, I guess I'm picking the right photo then. Thanks for all your help anyway. I feel like you've always have my back. Well then, I'm going to upload the photo on my brand new dating profile now, and therefore completing it. His manly finger floats towards the publish button on his phone in slow motion.
Stop him, Double Dinosaur!
So I can date other people.
Stop him! Stop him! Oh my god, you're so silly! Stop the man!
Stop! This may be your last chance, you know. Or should I add my
Oh wait,
description
shit, I
that
forgot the voice that I'm so
I'm
sorry.
very desperate. Nah. Oh, I've got its finger hovers closer and closer above the create dating profile button.
But he clearly doesn't like me, otherwise he wouldn't be looking for someone else, right? Do it, Double Dinosaur!
With his finger now only hanging a few millimeters above the button, it should now be any moment that he has pressed the button.
Don't wait until your secrets turn into memories, you stupid!
Everything does go a lot slower in slow motion, don't you think?
Oh my god. But if I don't do it now, it possibly may never happen. Do
Oh
it!
my god! Is she gonna do it, guys? Is she gonna do it? Oh my god, wait. We should have a prediction. Lampy, prediction. Do you think she'll do it, chat? Do you think she will do it? Will she do it or not?
I need her to tell him.
Eating him is
He's desperate.
Yes.
And she's a beautiful woman
Eat him.
dinosaur.
Oh, let me get my onion rings. Okay, give me a sec. No worries. You do that. I'm getting my onion rings.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's me, it's Fable.
Oh my god, Fable, look who showed up.
Oh hey Demi, how's it going? Hi. Waterboarding, damn, the revenge of the Demi. Would you look at that? Well, I'm sorry, I'm not really entertaining you guys right now. Do you guys want to talk about finances? Give me your credit card details and I will tell you what the next month will bring for you. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Please help, my family is starving. Yeah, give me your credit card details and I promise you I'll transfer you some money. Mine is alright, Staffy, I can see into your future. Your future is filled with bankruptcy. That is entirely unrelated to you giving me your bank details. It has nothing to do with that. But you will find a nice homeless person to bond with. Month is not gonna, it's actually gonna get worse. No, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better, but you will be broke during it. I use the root of all evil. Fable has the root of evil, right? I am doing so good, aren't I? I am such a saint. You know, I'm ridding the world of evil.
Yay! Can I help?
Of course you can. We're stealing people's money. I mean, we're getting your credit card details so that we may talk about their future.
But there's a poll going on, guys. Will Double D Dinosaur confess to Hunk?
Hunky
Make
dory.
it count. Somebody said no. Oh my god. Someone said
Have
yes.
some faith in Double D Dinosaur. She needs to confess. She doesn't confess. What if they find someone else? And
Wow,
then
how
you
many
have
people said
to
no?
run. What the fuck?
They don't believe in love. Excuse me, I didn't betray you.
Excuse me.
Oh my god, somebody said There's 100,000. That's a lot of zeros. Are you ready to find out, Fable?
I'm so ready. I hope that she does confess to him. I'm invested. I've known these characters for like minutes. Then I'll never know if there was a possibility. Maybe it's time for me to stop being a coward and do what Dr. Leon said. To open my heart, to find happiness in love.
The
You hate the holy dinosaur! Before his manly finger presses the button!
God!
Huh?
What did you say? Wait.
Please don't
she
chicken
said
out
all
now.
that out loud.
Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be a thought bubble. Oh, man.
NP.
NP.
Oh my god!
Tell him, please, guys! I mean,
Now
I
never!
need to tell
Oh my
him.
god, guys! Tell him! A, for tell him you might feel something for him. Or B, maybe it's better to not say anything. Oh my god.
I joined the chat for this one.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
B, just
Fable really can't win, huh?
Just to fuck with him. Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy. I think it's a tie at the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is somebody gonna break the tie? Who's gonna break the tie? I don't wanna ask AI new because she's gonna give me something stupid. Belf! You did it.
Oh.
Don't break the tie. We're not breaking tie. Alright, we're going with A. We're gonna tell him. It's
Tell him.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Before she can even say anything at all, the door to Dr. Leon's office swings open.
Aha!
Doubly dinosaur with big
Big
tits, y'all.
That is a way to address a lady. Just, please. I want someone to address me with Lady Fable with big tits.
Lady Favors with the big bahonkers.
With the big bazonka honka
Big
ragoons.
bazonka honka donkers.
Huh?
Oh, already? Time always flies when I talk to you. Thanks. Some speculate that this is because of my very entertaining personality. Hey, hello, hello.
Hi,
That one
butterfly.
that one bitter fly. Butterfly? I can't read. It said there's a lady Fable with small titties in the room. Wait, what? Have you not seen? Well, do you have? You can call me Butterfly. Welcome in, Butterfly. Have you not seen Fable's? Wait, let me go to your Twitter real quick. I gotta show.
I have. Okay, I have posted like pictures of myself before, but I don't think my boobs are very apparent on it because I didn't make them the center of attention.
But it can be the center of the attention.
I don't think I want them to be the center of attention.
Guys, look. Hold up. I'm just gonna share this. There's nothing sussy here, guys. There's nothing sussy, okay? I'm gonna share my Twitter. Look. Do you see that? What do you see here?
Yeah, those are some big ass
Look.
boobs right there.
I think that's Demi. That's small Demi.
that is
oh, yeah.
funny right there, yeah.
Okay. Aha.
Oh, you're just looking through my Twitter right now?
Yeah, I am.
Oh yeah, that's my eyeball.
Yeah.
There's some thrown
Peek.
thing.
This one is so cool, by the way. Oh my god, yeah, this. Look at this.
I did post some art for once.
Look at it, guys. Look, are you saying that's not big bahonka donkers?
Yeah, my mom drinks out of that one every morning now.
Yeah. No, this. Oh my god.
Yeah, every art commission I get, my boobs get bigger for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. It just inflates, guys. Oh my god! Look, cat, guys, cat.
Well, there's Furby.
Look how cute he is.
Isn't he just adorable?
Hey, that's funny because I have this.
Yeah, I know.
Wait,
Yeah, my
did this
mom-
arrive?
Oh wait, I didn't. I got that one like a year ago.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. Yeah, guys. Oh, that's cool, folks.
Thank you, thank you. It's been so long since I posted an actual picture of myself, though.
I posted a picture of my wiener.
I'm sure you
My
did.
wiener.
My god, I'm sure you did, Minu.
Oh, what is this? Did he kill it?
It pretended to be dead. Actually, I thought it died just peacefully on my thingy, and suddenly that bastard just charged at me.
Oh my god, you should have squished it when you had the chance. Look,
I
guys,
didn't want
look
to.
at this. Look how big it is.
Yeah, my booba.
Yeah. Look. Oh yeah.
Like Play-Doh.
Nice T-posing there. Yeah, so I
Yeah.
don't know what you guys on about with small. It's
Yeah, my Twitter is a very risky thing to scroll through.
oh, you know what? You're actually right. You're right. Go back to the
Okay.
cat picture. Wait, what? Why? Me.
Maybe because they like Furby.
Who wants to climb a mountain?
I don't think you meant that.
Think of the hydration. Fable Bulba in that picture. Oh!
Oh, that is true. What? Wait, in the Furby picture?
Keep your
That is
eyes
quite like
contained,
what
sir. Keep your eyes contained in the container. Keep your eyes contained. Also, I have big bahunk donkeys. You want to see them? Want to see big bahunk?
Pull out the balloons.
No! Stop it! They're blending me again.
Oh no, not the forbidden needles.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, the
Hey,
valley
wait,
is
look at my-
typing in chat.
Oh, oh no, I forgot to attach my Fable.
Yes,
Do you want to see my bald head?
I would love to see your bald head.
Here we go. My bald head. And my cuttings
like
are
your
not
bald
actually
head.
stuck on my head. I don't know why. Thank you for the pat, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to suck on your bald head.
No,
until there's
stop
no
petting
skin
me,
anymore.
guys.
By the way, guys, if I'm like bringing the mood down or anything, just let me know if you'd rather like
No.
like I'm just.
We love you.
Mm,
We're glad that you're here. I don't know if
you
I
would
know
just,
to attach
you know,
this
just
anymore. Right, guys?
putting that out there. I'm not gonna like take it like a bad way or something.
No, I'm glad you're here. Why is it so funny? Why is it so funny to blend Nunu? Why is it funny to blend Chad? Why is it funny to waterboard Demi? It's my birthday. Thanks. Oh yeah, wait, we read that. I wasn't talking to you. While the men discuss their wacky misunderstanding, Double D Dinosaur stands there, somewhat bewildered. Oh my god. Fable, who has the bigger package?
Wait, I'm trying to imagine them. I'm imagining their bulges in a three-dimensional space.
Oh. Guys, you stop being weird! Stop being
I
weird!
think it's hung, right? Like a little bit. Like if I imagine, like if I were to look through their fabric, and then I imagine like the curvature of their penises. But also, like, I feel like he might be angled a bit differently. So I don't know. I think it's hunk though. I think it's hunk.
You think it's
Like the muscles also on his like they just point towards his penis. I'm sure like with the doctor it's the same thing, but I don't know. I feel like it might be. I think it might be hunk.
Hunk stuff for sure. He got that steroid shrinkage. Oh,
Mr. Tenacity, Psycho.
does.
I don't think he is.
Explain why it is so
He
funny to watch Ninu
strikes
blend
me
themselves
as
and
someone
then rebuild themselves
who
shortly after.
doesn't know what steroids
Watching
are.
Ninu blend themselves and then rebuild afterwards is
Why
like
is
seeing a
Silverhand
chaotic but
commenting about being
mesmerizing
blended?
art project. It's
I'm an
the sheer
art project?
absurdity and unpredictability of the moment, like watching a
Wait,
cyberpunk
what?
glitch in real time.
Silverhand
You're witnessing creativity
is
and
saying I'm an
madness
art project.
merge. Kind of like having
You
me in
are a
your
work
head,
of
just
art.
shaking things
Abstract
up,
art, but
adding a
art.
bit of unexpected chaos to the mix. Keeps things
My favorite
interesting,
piece of art.
right?
Yeah. Hunk has the assets. Oh, we have another kanji.
Hunting asked me, so Ninu, why is it so funny to waterboard Demi in a game? Oh darling, it's like a wild
darling.
ride of chaos and unpredictability. The sheer absurdity of the situation. Waterboarding Demi in a game turns into a comedy of errors and
Staffy.
unexpected twists. It's the equivalent
It
of
won't
a
even
virtual
allow me.
work moment, where boundaries are blurred,
May
imaginations
contain
run
sensitive
wild,
content.
and laughter takes the front seat. Where's the fun in playing fair, right? Wee.
No! Why is she not coming? I think that's what she said. Wee. Did she miss a chance? Oh yeah, did she miss a chance? Do you guys think she... Oh, Staffy, it's probably because I still haven't verified my age. Leon's outfits. Rawr! Good morning, Double E Dinosaur. Please take a seat. How are you doing this week? Her thoughts wander as she absently takes a seat. Because of this, she does not realize that she's ignoring Leon. Oh, her thoughts wander to what, guys? To what? A, to Hunk. B, to Leon. C, her Shark Tank idea. D, there isn't much going on up there.
To Hunk with his ants. He's already fathering. He's like the father to 9 ants.
Wow.
Of course, you all pick D. Of course, you all pick D.
Could you believe it? Always grab the D. Hey, of course we picked these nerds. Oh my god. Got him. Is that wind?
I don't know how to voice this. It's like
Yeah. A smirk appears on Leon's face. If you don't want to answer me, that's fine too. She snaps out of her sinful thoughts. Wait, sinful thoughts? There's nothing there.
oh no, I'm sorry. I totally missed your question.
I asked, what do you think is the most important quality in a potential partner?
Huh, why is he asking that? Do you guys want me to give her like a specific voice? Is there anything that I should
What sort of
try
voice
to...
would you give her?
I don't know. I don't know. What do that's what I'm asking what the people think. I don't know her as well as you guys do.
Become Mommy Fable. Oh my god.
Mommy Fable? You guys want me to give her Mommy Fable?
Oh my god. The potential partner. Reliable, honest, caring, dominant. Who said D? Who said D? Hi Kaisha? Said D? Well. It's a tie. Fable, what do you think?
I think either B or C.
B or C.
I mean, A
Lampy said D as
also, but
well.
like, I don't want to like be like everything except for one. Like, so I think I mean, maybe C. I think.
Staffy, what about you?
So yeah,
Double
B
D
or
dancer
C,
needs some
personally.
stability, but that's not an option. That's why you went with D? D, huh? Okay, I guess D wins.
Dominant, I think. Wait, did you guys want me to do it? Wait,
Mommy
what was
Fable.
Mommy Fable? Okay, well, I'll do it with the next one. At least I'll try. I don't really have a mommy voice.
I'll be the daddy voice.
Okay.
Interesting. You think that this is what other people think? Reliability, 19. Honesty, 34. Caring, 20. And dominant, 25. Damn.
Very impressive how he knows those statistics by heart.
Oh. Oh.
I'm trying my best here. I don't know how to make a mommy voice.
That was good.
And what about you?
Oh my god, we're getting a treat.
Huh?
See, he's blushing.
Oh, Jesus, oh my god! What do you think is the most important?
I guess dominant yet?
Oh, so is he a bottom?
I don't know.
His belt is cutting into his penis. I just want to point that out. Okay, wait. We're so on the same page.
Swoon. What's swoon?
Ugh. I don't know, is that what swooning sounds like? I don't know.
Oh. He's a bottom just like Fable. Lampy said that. Lampy said it was me.
I'm a big, strong, dominant topperoni. I'm a bottom feeder, that's what I am, because I feed the bottoms of the world, you know?
Yeah, somebody's gotta do that.
Someone's gotta do it.
Mm-hmm. But enough about me. Let's focus on you. Today, I would like to do a general health test. Oh,
General
my.
health test.
Damn. After all, a lot of stress can lead to various physical ailments. This is why I would like to check your current physical condition. I thought this guy was a psychiatrist. I can do this by taking a swab from your throat with my finger.
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think... I mean, I'm just saying. I think he just wants to do that. Also, she says she has no gag reflex, so that's good.
Yeah. Before he can finish his sentence, Double D dinosaur interrupts him.
Bring on that finger.
Oh my god. It's good. Oh, okay. Please open your mouth so we can try to collect a juice sample from the back of your throat. Juice sample.
Wait, from the back of my throat? Oh no! Maybe I spoke too soon. If he collects a swab from the back of my throat, he might discover that I am a huge carnivore that could grow up to 14 meters long and weigh 8 tons. A dinosaur. Because I don't have a gag reflex.
Fable is way too good at this. Heck yeah! Don't worry at all. It's a piece
Power
of cake.
limoncello.
Oh yeah, is it helping?
Hey, yeah, a little bit.
Hell yeah. Although she's nervous about the whole big secret she's a dinosaur thing, she's conflicted with another thought. Because she cannot deny that she would like to have Leon's thick, hairy finger down the throat.
Jesus Christ.
Are you ready?
Am I ready?
Oh my god, guys. Is she? Woman, behave yourself!
Which one?
Which one? Guys, you know the answer. Yeah.
Guys, look at her.
You know
She's ready. Tenacity.
Which one? Yes, you know it. You know it. Also, this song is a bomb.
From when I thought you could hear my music.
Don't choke, Fable. Not on
No,
that
it's
finger.
not. No, don't worry. It's not that I'm choking. It's because it's burning.
What's burning? The finger?
The alcohol. He doesn't have his finger in my throat yet.
You want to wiggle my finger down your throat, baby? You want my little finger down your throat?
Wow, of course I do, baby girl. Your tiny finger is so small.
I will wiggle the boxing thingy in the back of your throat.
Boxing thing.
Yeah, you know the I don't know. I just call it the boxing thing. Thing that wobbles.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. I knew what it was
Boxing
called
thing.
once, but I forgot what.
Oola, oola,
Well, yeah.
oola,
Oola.
oola, oola. Is that the next I commission my finger down the Fable's throat? Wait.
Oh man.
I'm not complaining.
Hey,
saying.
listen. If anyone can put their finger down my throat, it's Ninu.
Oh hell yeah! Double D Dinosaur opens her mouth as Leon's finger approaches. She notices that it's above average in size. Oh. Oh shit!
Oh Jesus Christ! That's a whole ass hand.
Oh shit!
What? Its whole hand is going down her throat.
Yeah,
That is,
I'm going down your throat.
Frankenstein, is that what you do when you take like a swab sample from someone's throat? You just push your hand down there and try to squeeze their liver or something?
Oh! Yeah, that was close.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Let's see, there must be a usable sample around here somewhere. Wait, why is it
How long is
down
his
the
arm?
throat?
How long is his arm if it just keeps going down her throat? How long is her throat?
I don't know, but I work out. He carefully pushes his finger a little faster away into her throat. Oh no. We're going faster. We're going faster, y'all. What are those things? Is that a teeth? Wait, is it those stones? Let's see just a little bit deeper. The dinosaur eyes slowly disappear into the back of her head.
Oh wow.
Oh, mommy.
Round 3 of 10.
When Leon pushes his finger deeper inside, Double D Dinosaur lets out a sensual moan.
Oh
no.
God.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Are you okay?
Hey, more than okay, I think. Wait.
Did you put your finger down your throat and do that?
No, I just did that. Like I just.
Oh, okay.
I simulated choking on a finger, and I didn't even need a finger for it. I'm a voice actor.
He's a voice actor. That is true. She says because he is busy steering his ram down her throat. Oh. Sorry, I don't speak Swedish.
Swedish! It was so funny because that's how I always Ravi, because you know he's Danish and Danish sounds so similar, and whenever I'm like, oh, you guys sound like this, so it's just
wait, we should take a screenshot of this just so we have it, so we can just post. I'm sorry, I don't speak Swedish when he says something in
so
Danish.
funny. That was so funny.
There you go.
Oh man.
Oh man. Fable found his talent.
Pretending like I'm choking on a finger in a video game. Gonna put that one on my resume.
Oh hell yeah. Oh my god. When Leon's thick veiny face slowly slides along her uvula, her throat produces more moisture with enthusiasm.
Oh god.
Nini tries to remember why they are
Oh boy, does she.
I'm getting called out. I don't know. Because she's a dancer with double D. Oh fuck. Oh no.
Oh no, you're losing your
shit. I'm sorry.
You're halfway.
Oh, we're very deep.
Jesus Christ.
She lets out another enthusiastic moan. This time, she barely tries to hide it as she digs her nails into the arm of the chair.
How far deep do you go down this road? What the fuck?
So, Fable, when are you gonna play this game?
Hey, I'd play this game. I don't know when, but I'd play this.
Hell yeah. Oh no.
She's like a fuck. What was the dinosaur called that's Littlefoot? What kind of species was he again?
Dinosaur. This dinosaur. Fable is the game.
I am the game. You are playing me.
Oh, by the way, that's your line.
Oh shit, you're right. Deeper.
Well, Leon's arm disappears deeper and faster into the throat. Double D dinosaur looks deep into his eyes. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Intrigued by the depth, Leon rolls up his sleeve further, which exposes his impressive biceps. They are like double D's under the arm muscle.
That is true though. That is true.
How long is his arm anyway? I don't know. I just know that he
That's
works
what
out.
I'm asking.
He just works out. His whole shoulder must be in her mouth. Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's just. I think this is gonna end in war.
Oh fuck! I crashed!
We're so close.
Oh, a wave of goosebumps glides over Double D's dinosaur's back, causing to accidentally grit her sharp teeth. Oh no! Sorry guys. As a result, she accidentally bit Leon's finger.
How can you bite his finger when his whole ass arm is down her throat?
Sometimes you just don't ask.
Ow!
What the fuck?
No!
Liam recoils in fear. His arm slides out of her mouth like a wildebeest calf. Wait, what the hell is at birth?
Probably because it's so wet and slimy.
Oh my god! No!
Oopsie.
Aha!
Well, Leo looks at his face. He sees that he has collected some Double D dancer mud under his nail anyway. Are you okay? Are you okay?
You should have everything.
You sure you have everything? A? Flirty? Or B? That was a tough pill to swallow, XD. Oh my god. Comedy god. Guys, you know what he said to us last time when we tried to make a joke.
What did he say?
He spoke to us like, yeah, okay, I'll see you next week. That's how he spoke
Oh
to
my
us.
god.
XD has been called. See you next week. Okay, I pulled the sample into one of those pregnancy-like tests. Oh no, she was
Pregnancy-like
asking
test.
about this last time. Oh no.
What now?
Oh my god. So in a few minutes, it should tell us if something super serious is wrong or not. Okay. I must say, I am very impressed.
What?
Your throat depth.
Throat depth. I wish a guy would compliment my throat depth.
This would be a great talent in some specific industries. The sword swallow industry, for example.
Oh my god.
Double D Dancer is feeling relieved. Not only because Leon, for some reason, doesn't seem to find her lack of gag reflex weird at all, but also because he had washed his hand beforehand.
Waiterboarding.
It's good.
Waterboarding. Why you? I'm not. Oh my god! You made me eat a sandwich. As Leon smiles friendlily at Double D Dancer, his eyes fall on the test results.
You're pregnant?
Oh, the results are in. Oh no. Wait, are you pregnant because the mosquito bit you? His friendly smile turns into that of a professional as he examines the results. Oh no. Let's see. I've good news and I have bad news. Oh no, look at the tears. Which one do you want first? Please tell my brother I can only get...
Probably like the bad news first, right? So you're like, oh shit, well what's the good news?
What's the good news? The good news or the bad news, guys? Oh, you guys all want the bad news? Is it so you forget about the bad news? Because you'll tell you the good news after? And the bad news is that I'm a liar. Wait, what? He's a liar?
What?
Oh no. There's only good news. Oh shit! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! I can't believe he did that. Imagine you go to the doctor and the doctor says, I have some bad news. I have some good news. And you're like, oh shit, I have cancer now. And he says, so the bad news is that I'm a liar. How would you feel? That would be like... Your
I'd be
emotions
like,
would be all
damn.
over the place.
My doctor really is funny. He
I thought he
really
was
is.
gonna tell me I have like 2 months to live. But he lied.
That's not just his balls, that's just his entire bulge right there. Also, I'm rooting for her in hunk. I'm sorry, but this guy kind of looks like my dad when he was younger, just more jacked.
Oh my god.
So, like, I can't...
No, I can't be with my father. I cannot.
That is the quote. That is, I mean, hey, base me.
I cannot date my father. That's the
Oh,
quote.
man.
You are in perfect hell. His shirt just went up. Damn. But wait, you just said there's only good news.
What?
It seems that you have a lack of physical exercise in your life. Oh no.
Damn,
Someone
you
has to
just
work
told me I
on
got
that
no
somehow.
bitches.
We gotta work on it
work on
together.
Is that me saying that, or
I don't know.
or is
You
that...
know what? You could say that.
More physical exercise.
Okay, that's not her saying that. Okay, you can go on.
Still drunk on the adrenaline from the intimate test just now, she looks at Leon with blushing cheeks.
I really enjoyed that physical test, Leon.
Why is it like that? Oh my god.
What the hell am I saying? I'm not really ever like this, T. Can't you think of another way to get physical next week?
Oh my god. Well, he almost stumbles over his words. Physical exercise is what you seem to need.
Oh. Oh my god, she's just like me for real.
Oh, wait, I gotta take a screenshot of this. This is also good.
That's great. Guys, do you want me to keep talking? Like, do you want me to read it out with my normal voice, or do you want me to keep the whole mommy shtick up?
Mommy.
This is amazing.
Mommy. This is the worst thing I've seen. No, it's not. It's beautiful.
This is amazing. You all just haters.
Yeah. I'm enjoying your mommy voice, just so you know. Both voices are the same, right? Wait. Yeah, it's the same voice. Oh my god, look at that pillow. It's so cute. Wait, is that supposed to be a butt?
I think so. I mean, honestly, the shape of a heart is inspired not by the actual organ, but by the shape of a woman's butt as she bends down, so it would make sense.
Oh, no, wait. That's its legs and that's its arm.
It's like laying down and looking at you all saucy and stuff. Is he French?
Leon? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. He said his name was like Poggistot something. Playing the Booba Dino game I see. Yes, it's fun.
I just sang Peaches just for a minute.
Funny.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm just saying for my own sanity, I can only handle so much. Oh.
Voices are the same, right?
Tiny baby. Oh my god.
We're not too different,
Double dab? No way she gave us a double dab.
Okay, I don't think he's horny any longer.
Oh, and by the way, Leon takes a professional looking business card from one of his drawers. Here, my phone number.
Oh, we got a phone number. Hey,
If you start to feel worse, or if you just want to talk about something, you can always contact me. Don't eat dinosaurs. Smiles shyly.
Wow, does he give this to anyone without a gag reflex?
No gag reflex. It was good to see you again. Oh my god. A, nice to see you again too. Or B, pleasure doing business, doctor. Oh my god.
I would
Booty
go
call
with A,
phone number
honestly.
stored. Is that what it is? Okay, yeah, okay, you guys all want. Please don't be with you, doctor. Wait, I can't do the Fable mommy voice.
You can try if you want to.
Anyway, please don't be you, doctor.
Mommy, did you start smoking again?
It was a pleasure doing business with you, doctor.
Oh my god.
Well, you got no game. Okay, see, but listen, the thing why I would go with the first one is because the second one would be very much like like a little bit like, hey, this is all just a business transaction kind of thing, right? And I want him to know that I appreciate him as a person, so that I would tell him that it is a pleasure, like that it was nice to see him again too. Because I'm a romantic and y'all are sick.
Yes, exactly.
Rawr. Rawr.
Oh my god. Oh, Double D Dinosaur flicks a coin in his direction as a tip.
See, that's what I mean. It's like business transaction kind of thingy.
Guys, all business.
But like, if you want to have an actual connection with the guy, I'm just saying, if that's what you would want, I would be like, hey, it's nice to see you too, because I like spending time with you. You know, I value connection, and every time I see a message from you pop up on my phone, I smile because I'm like, wow, he wrote that to me, not because he had to, but because he thought of me and he wanted to text me. You know, that kind of shtick.
And he gave you his number because you have no gag reflex. Probably right. I miss having a connection.
Oh man.
Internet connection, you mean, yeah? Yeah, but maybe that's what maybe chat wants Double D and Hunk. Oh,
I also want Double D and Hunk. That is true. That is fair. You know, that is fair. I would also like Double D and Hunk.
And that's what you
just because of the whole "this is my dad" kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I don't want to date my dad. Oh my god.
For your maidenless. I'm just saying, if I were bisexual, I'd have bitches by now.
Yeah, I would too.
Aren't you pansexual?
Yeah, that means I just like everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I like rocks. I like tiny
Me
rocks.
too.
With like little dimples.
See you next week. Remember what I said about that test?
When she gets up, she intensely maintains eye contact and considers licking her lips sensually. The distraction caused her to hit her knees on the desk.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. I dressed so prettily, only to just trip over and fall.
Imagine you show up to your doctor's appointment in a wedding dress.
Wait, she is just like Fable? Wait, hold up.
That is true though. That is true. If I were trying to flirt with someone or something, I would totally just hit my knee on the way out and just like try to swallow the pain.
The pain makes the entire situation awkward. Are you okay?
What if you kiss my feet?
Double D Dinosaur says she's fine even though it hurts a lot. But you can't really say that at a moment like this because that would be even more humiliating. Oh no.
I'm fine.
She gives a thumbs up, trying not to show that she can barely put any weight on her knee. She struggles to leave the... Oh no, Hunk is gonna see this and he'll be like, she's limping! Ah!
Oh no. The doctor beat her up!
Oh no. Oh. I guess Hunk didn't see it. Bedroom. Double D Dinosaur is laying in bed under her cover, but check this out.
It's completely naked!
Wait, so the bed cover is naked?
I think maybe.
No.
Mr. Robson. I think I have a problem.
I think I like them both. Leon really brings out the primal instinct in me. The test today, wow. I don't think my heart has raced this fast since that meteorite. But with Hunk, I feel like I can talk about almost anything. He's such a sweet one.
Fuck! Aggie! Ah! No! Wait, did you try to place that on her boobs? Sorry, I'm done. No, it's okay. You allowed.
Over, Hunk, you want a deep connection.
New connection.
Do you think he hasn't met yet?
Oh yes! Wait, is she gonna make a... Do you think she will make a profile?
Oh, I wouldn't hope so. I mean, honestly, I just wanted to call him and be like, hey!
What up?
Double D here.
Oh! 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 But then Double D Dinosaur gets startled when she receives the message from the unknown number. When she opens the message, she sees the following question. What is your biggest fear in a relationship?
Oh, here we go again.
Biggest fear in a relationship? To be abandoned, fuck. Being cheated on, fuck. Getting
A, B, or
bored,
D.
fuck. Not being good enough.
A, B, and D is pretty much all the same thing.
Same.
But currently it's probably like D.
I'm never good enough.
D or B, I think.
I think A and D for me.
Yeah, like being abandoned also, but I think if I just got like abandoned instead of being cheated on, I think being cheated on would still be worse for me personally. But like, and D is just like a constant fear, not just in relationships, so that's just kind of like, you know, as you know.
Where's my borderline personality disorder gang? You like,
Gang,
you
gang.
like being abandoned. You don't like being abandoned, right? You are so clingy. So clingy. Okay, not being good enough. I think
The thing
D
is, I think the to be abandoned thing though kind of goes into B and D with me, because if I was not good enough, that would also, like, I would fear
Yes,
I'm
you're
not
gonna
good
be
enough, and
abandoned.
therefore I would be getting abandoned, kind of thing, you know.
And
So I
then
think
they'll
that
cheat
kind
on
of
you because
exactly.
they've abandoned you.
So it's just kind of all of these things, man.
Biggest fear is everything. She's crying.
I don't even want to think about it.
Also, I think
That's
I'm
the
gonna
spirit, though.
do my normal voice for every, like, I'm gonna save the mommy voice for like mommy dialogue kind of thing.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think then it hits harder, you know.
I'm good enough for myself. That's good. She receives another message. Did you know that this is what other people think? Being abandoned 23, being cheated 33, getting bored 11, not being good enough 31. Oh my god. Yow. Damn. It's not happening now. Not good enough for government work. Oh my god, that is so true. Oh, you're missing a leg. You're still good for government work.
I'm good enough for your mom. Yeah, high five me, high five. Oh, you gave me a high five.
Got him.
Got him.
Getting a little sibling right now, chat. It's because I impregnated your mother with consent.
Oh, with consent? That was consent. I was there. I watched.
Because consent is hot.
Hot to what?
And Kazoid, I impregnated your father.
Yes.
I committed impreg on your father.
How do you think you were conceived, Frankazoid?
Your father is your mother.
And your mother is your father. Which is mother... No, father squared.
Also, I have impregnated everyone in chat.
Oh yeah, I will break out the MILF clip. Don't test me. Wait,
What
which
MILF?
MILF clip?
What MILF clip?
I
Oh,
mean,
the
which
map.
MILF?
Oh, where you were like you like the where you added my mom on Facebook. You were like, "Mom, I'd like to friend on Facebook." That one. Yeah, that one was funny. That was
Yo,
funny.
besties. Oh, that should be on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then with with a dinosaur dab. That is good. Oh, hi Tench. I came in at the right time. Tench clipped so many clips yesterday. She sighs deeply as she falls back into bed. Bzz.
Huh? Another message? That's unusual.
It's another message from the unknown number. And she hesitates to open the message. She sees somewhat disturbing text. Thank you! I always know enough! Next week, it's time for the last question.
The last question? The last question before what?
She drops the back of her head on her pillow in defeat. Oh, the bed suddenly feels so huge without Robson's diamond hard body next to her. That's the cat. Just think, cat. And she's suddenly overwhelmed with loneliness.
Man, this is the right game to play today. What do I do without you, Robson? It's such a pity the men never got to meet you. I wonder what that would have been like.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh, that's horrible, Leon. Mr. Robson. For a moment, she fantasized about a meeting between the man and Mr. Robson.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Nino, I need that to be you, Nova, and me. Nova's in the middle because she's a cat.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh. I'm keeping this.
This is great.
For no particular reason. For no particular reason, guys. I'm keeping this.
You're on Fable? Okay, but I gotta make us gender bent versions. I mean, I already have a gender bent version for myself. I'm not sure if you guys do.
Gender bent Nino. I'ma have a big dick.
We all have. It's this fucking game. We all have huge bulges.
I work out. Look at the little hair on Mr. Robson.
Oh my god. These little whiskers.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute.
She feels her phone in the palm of her hand.
I could send one of the men a message. Wait, that's a question. I could send one of the men a message?
Oh.
After all, they did indicate that they would not mind. But it's kind of late.
Oh my god, guys, you can see—
Leon, come on! We need to go with Leon! I'm sorry! Making my way into the chat, I don't care. Yes, and he seems like everyone in chat. Dude. You guys, I just doing B so you're fucking with me? Is that it? Should I just
You just said A. Leon is the dad.
Oh shit, wait, no, B, sorry! B, I mean Hunk, I'm sorry! I messed them up! Do B! I apologize! I missed listen, I'm drinking limoncello. What do I know what these people are called? I just know what they both have huge packages and they're cuddling my cat and bat.
Fable wants both. Wait, dad and Hunk?
I was just gonna say, if the one guy didn't look like my dad, maybe.
Oh my god. Send Hunk a message. She hesitates for a moment.
It was my dad when he was younger. I want to point that out.
When he was younger, guys. She hesitates for a moment before typing her message, but does it anyway.
Hey, Hunk. Are you still up?
Oh my god. Your dad must fuck. Belf.
I mean, that's why I'm here.
And his siblings.
I am proof that my dad does indeed fuck.
Wouldn't it be funny if he just like walked past your bedroom door?
It's so funny. I would be embarrassed, but it would be funny.
Her finger shakes a little as she presses send. Message sent. Immediately after the message is sent, she regrets it.
Oh, I get that. I feel that so much.
I just
What in
messaged
the
my
world am I
crush.
doing?
I just messaged my crush.
Yeah.
Why they not replying? They hate me.
What if I bother him? What if I wake him up?
Oh my god.
What if he finds out that I'm a dinosaur that is warm-blooded and breathes using air sacs that continuously push flesh through the lungs in one direction? Although the...
Oh no! Oh my god, it has a heart on it! Before she can
Oh?
find her extensive description of a dinosaur, she feels her phone vibrate. Totally dinosaur, is this you? Oh my god! Wait, type? Oh, wait, I just... Wait, can I? Oh, yeah, space. Oh my god. This is you sending me the message.
Yes, with double D's.
Winky
Nuts?
face.
If he says D's nuts, he's the one, I'm sorry.
Nice. 100%. I was just thinking about you. Is something wrong?
I don't know. I just felt a little lonely.
Oh my god, we're getting somewhere, guys.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Well, it's a bit late to message me, don't you think? What?
Is he just kidding? Maybe he's just joking around. Oh no, I was afraid of this. Oh, sorry.
No, just kidding.
What do I say? What do I say?
Just I did say you could always bother me. XD.
Aww.
Facts.
Facts. Straight up facts, dude.
What do you want to talk about?
Nothing specific. I was just looking for some distraction.
Uh-oh, I'm starting to feel performance pressure already. There will be dancers giggling. Average conversation between Nino and Fable.
Who is who?
Yeah, which one is who? We always just say meow.
Yeah, we go meow, meow. Like our chat is just meow, meow. Meow question mark? That's not necessary, because I have a question for you.
For me? Now I feel even more pressure to perform. She notices that talking with Hunk immediately calms it down. Like he's a human tranquilizer or something.
Aww.
Oh! What should she ask Hunk? A. What does your bedroom look like? Or B. What are you currently wearing? Oh my god!
Inquire what articles of clothing are currently on your body. Yeah, no, you guys don't want to see our DMs.
Damn, you guys don't want to see it?
You guys don't want to see it.
Andrew, why you snap? Wow, God, I can't believe it. Saying A. What the? You guys don't want to see what he's wearing right now? What is he wearing? He only has one outfit. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll go with A then.
What does your bedroom look like?
It's pretty dark right now.
He's such a himbo.
Yours?
Why don't you come over and find out? Sorry. I could tell you. Why don't I just show you?
Oh my god.
She was saying the same thing as me.
Oh my god.
That I will be there too.
Winky face. Oh my god. Bicep. Winky face.
People called it, and you guys tell me I got no riz.
She's got the raise. Wouldn't you be never mind, I'm not even gonna say it.
You can write it.
No, I didn't say it.
Oh man. Guys, I only don't have riz when I'm actually trying to talk to someone that I'm highly attracted to. That's when I just stare or I'm silent or I'm like,
what do you mean, guys?
doing too much.
The dinosaur, she can't be funny. Have you not seen the dab? Did you not see the dab?
Yeah, I dab.
Yeah.
But I would go up to someone I'm into, alright, and before I say anything, I just bam, tactical dab, and they're gonna be like, wow, that was the strongest dab I ever did see. I wonder what she would like with a ring on her finger. That's how that works. Men only want one thing, and it's cool sticks and dabbing women, which I guess is two things, but I didn't say they want a woman who's good at math.
You stole your piece, put it on me, but baby, it's you.
Wait, Ninu?
Yeah, sorry, I got more cider.
Okay, I was like, Ninu, did you die?
Oh, what she's about to do now shocks her to the core. A canonically shy and subtle person like her.
Oh, she's just like me.
Has she ever felt comfortable like this with someone before?
Aww, it's so cute.
She pulls her phone at herself and poses sensually.
Oh! Rectum feed.
Oh my god!
Alright.
Explicit photo, guys.
I mean, hey, listen, her name is Double D Dinosaur. I think it should be A, like, personally. You know.
Personally, guys.
Personally. I knew you guys were gonna go for feet, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, her name is Double D Dinosaur.
I can't believe nobody went for C.
Rectum. Hey, listen, the cat is the only one with the rectum. I mean, she also has rectum, but like, yours is, I'm not sure if hers is salty too.
Think about Fable's Riz. Is it good or bad? Fable's Riz, mate, that lass could charm
All
the niggers up and
right.
down in a blizzard. She's got more game than a fully stocked arcade, and it's not even a fair fight. Every bloke she talks to ends up looking like a dog on heat. It's proper.
Hey.
That's what it is.
Hell yeah.
Live in your knickers, baby.
No, what do you
Okay,
mean?
I think-
AI needs updating?
I think A has won.
A has one? Oh
I
shit.
think A has won.
Oh my god. Who was that?
What? I don't know.
I was in game, I think. Double D Dinosaur poses to take a photo that would make many men shiver.
What was that?
But before there's even time to realize, Hunk sends another message.
I was gonna say he's on a date or something,
Please.
or whatever, or that he has like a.
But before we are intimate like that, I would like to ask you something first.
Sure, just ask.
Well, I'd rather do this in person, if you don't mind. Whoa!
Oh man, the anxiety would be kicking in right now.
Double D rates his respect for her. Respect the respect, guys.
Of course, that's fine. What could he be talking about? and I'll talk to you next week. Why next week? You're gonna just like, can't you just like
invite him?
meet up or something?
Deal. Breaker.
Sleep well, hunk.
Don't tell me what to do. Woman, don't tell me what to do. Double D Dancer wondered if he was joking for the rest of the night. Oh
yeah, that would be me too. That is so me. I would totally in that situation.
You didn't say I was joking
100%.
Oh my god. I bet he was waiting for a text from her saying, sorry, so you can say I was joking. But then he fell asleep. It's hard to sleep because of those exciting messages just now, man.
I know. I've heard that counting sheep helps you sleep.
He looks up her favorite sheep video.
We all have a favorite sheep video. Alright, this should probably help.
Ready?
Alright, let's count them.
Oh, 1.
Wait, was that a sheep or was that a man?
3, 4,
4,
5, 6, 7, 8,
9,
10,
11, 12, 13, 14,
15, 16, 17, 18,
19, 20, 21, 23, I
finished.
What about D? I think D is a pretty good answer.
You count 44? 40? 38? I gave up. When the big one came in.
Boobs connected to.
I don't know. Magic. I think Z is 1. Oh, week 8. Oh my god, you're gonna meet Hunk now. I think it's the time. Is he gonna tell you he found somebody on his dating thingy? Wouldn't that just be awful? Oh. Double D Dinosaur stomps into the waiting room because she's a dinosaur. Her hips moving gracefully back and forth as she walks over and sees Hunk already sitting in the waiting room. After weeks, Double D Dancer is finally feeling somewhat better. He's looking forward to seeing Hunk again.
Oh, please don't crush her spirits.
Fingers crossed. She sees Hunk sitting there. Double D Dinosaur stares at his broad shoulders. She has just large breasts and yada yada. You know the deal by now. When Double D Dinosaur sits down, he looks at her nervously with a serious look on his face. Double D Dinosaur, can I talk to you for a moment? Double D Dinosaur looks at him like she's about to crack the most hilarious joke ever.
Ta-da! Achievement unlocked.
I didn't achieve an achievement. I think it's something like talk to Hunk.
Oh man. You're doing it right now.
Thank you. Although this is not a funny joke at all, it isn't the actual reason why Hunk isn't laughing.
Oh man. Huh? What's going on?
I should have been clearer with you. Hunk says like someone who is still very unclear.
Oh, huh? What the hell are you talking about?
My dating profile.
If you found someone, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my shit.
And I was never able to put it up.
Aww!
Oh, wait, is he gonna confess?
Please?
Have you tried pressing the publish button?
Oh my god. It's not because I didn't know how to do it, Double D Dinosaur. It's because... Oh my god, is it happening?
Come on! Come on!
Sorry. I just did it to make you jealous! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What?
Come on, give her a win! Give her a win!
I thought he's gonna confess he's pregnant? Oh my god, hold on,
I'm empregged. The doctor empregged me.
No, oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think A is winning. But why?
Oh, but why would you want to make me jealous?
He sighs deeply. Because I was too scared. Afraid to be direct with you. Afraid to tell you how I really feel. Afraid to be rejected.
Oh.
But you deserve the truth.
Wait, does he mean?
To be honest, I felt the connection with you since the first time I spoke to you. And I don't know if you feel it too, or that you just go to laugh in my face, but... Double D Dinosaur is speechless. She didn't see this coming at all. She did not. Oh my god.
You know what I just remembered? You told the doctor that next time you're gonna do other physical exercise.
Oh yeah, oh my god.
Guys, you can't go through with that.
Oh no. As scary as it is to be rejected, I have to ask you this. Okay, here he goes. Do you want to go on a date with me?
Oh my god, yes!
Dinosaur heart skips a beat.
Did I hear that right? A date? But I thought he didn't want anything to do with me anymore.
Oh, before, sorry.
And now all of a sudden he wants to go on a date with me?
And what about Leon? Fuck Leon!
Do you want a date with him? Guys, you know the answer.
Please, guys, I need to. Please, we all need to. Rocky, I'm going to find you and I'm going to massage your prostate. And it's not gonna be nice. I'm gonna block my nail for that.
I can tell you, she will hurt you.
Oh look, I think yes one new. Hey, yes one new. Yes one,
Yes?
new.
Okay,
Yes one,
yes.
yes one.
All these thoughts chaotically run through her head like a colony of ants. while for a hunk it feels like eternal silence. Answer it! Hey, Boom Backyard. Double D Dinosaur decides to give it a try after all. It would be a shame never to explore whether there is any potential between them. I'm speechless! Awesome! How about tonight? I know the perfect place.
Oh, sounds good.
You don't have to arrange anything at all. I'll send you the details later.
That is so sweet.
I'm so looking forward to it.
I needed this.
Aww.
He does a wahoo out of joy. Double D Dinosaur giggles at this adorable sight. Oh, that's cute.
Don't forget to. Oh wait. Don't forget to wear
Oh my god.
You can now play as Luigi.
Thank you for letting me play as Luigi. You said you skank. Oh my god. The door to Liam's office swings open and Liam comes stumbling into the room as if he's from a sitcom. Double D Dinosaur with the slammer hand.
Whatever.
For your appointment.
The slammer whammers.
Slammer whammers. Hunk still looks longingly at Double D Dinosaur.
No.
I'll see you tonight. Is that a threat? Leo takes an intimidating bite and stabs in self-defense.
His face. Oh my god.
Oh
Great.
no. Oh my god.
Great.
Huh?
I wasn't talking to you, Doctor.
Oh.
Oh, okay, but of course. What the hell? Come in, Double D Dinosaur. Oh, it's physical. She will hurt you.
Yeah, do call me that. The slammy whammy. Actually, you don't have to call me that. I know I got the slammy whammies.
You got the slammy whammies?
The slammer whammers or whatever you said. Slammy whammy, slippity slap, sloppy Joe.
Slammy whammy.
Oh look, I think yes one. You. Hey, yes one. Yes.
Slammy whammers. Double D Dancer is filled with confidence after interacting with Hunk. In fact, it makes her feel quite aroused. What the fuck?
Come on, I need to hold someone with this.
Still, she wonders if she should tell Leon about the date. Besides the fact that it basically has nothing to do with him, she wants to keep her options open.
No!
To Ross, can't deny that she also has feelings for him. Please sit down, Double D Dinosaur.
I mean, you don't have to tell him that, like, just don't hit on him.
I got a date with one of your mental asylum patients. I'm so excited.
It's my favorite type of man, mental asylum patient.
Oh man. While I was eavesdropping, oh my god, he was eavesdropping on you guys just now, I couldn't help but overhear that you have a date with Hunk tonight. Oh no, he heard it.
He heard it. Huh? He knows? Yeah, right. But it was all because he wasn't honest before. I mean, it was all because of a misunderstanding last week. It's because you like him!
Leon noticed her slip of the tongue. He wasn't honest? I told you to watch out for him.
It wasn't that big of a deal.
He looks down, concerned for a moment. Please, watch yourself. Only thing she's currently watching intensely is the half-bared photo of Leon on the bookshelf. Do you see it?
Oh, your shit, I do see it. Why does my doctor not have... Okay, you know what? My doctor... I don't actually want my doctor to have a picture like that on the bookshelf. Most of all, because it's an elderly
in
woman.
the wrong place.
Oh, man.
By the way, I've been thinking about what you asked me last week. Leon looks into Double D Dinosaur eyes deep and sultry. Oh no!
No!
When you asked me to prepare another physical test.
No!
And I think you're right. It's high time.
No!
We have been sitting still for weeks now. Just talking, playing stupid mind and brain games.
I mean, that's your job!
We've danced around it long enough. So, as you requested, I prepared an intense physical test for today. He winks in a sexy way that would be creepy if he weren't attractive. Winky face. If you know what I mean.
No!
The dancer lets out a giggle.
I know what you mean.
Oh no, I know what I want you to mean. There we go.
Double D Downs hopes it has something to do with his
Balls.
balls. Oh
No! What about Hunk? You can't just abandon Hunk!
She forgot.
You have a date with him, you know how he feels about you! Don't be stupid!
And I'm going to be real straight with you. It has something to do with my balls. No! Stop it! Stop it!
Stop, Leon, no! You know you can have a date!
You're a doctor! Doctor!
You stupid!
He makes a rock and roll sign with his hands. My balls!
Yeah! Yeah!
Balls!
My balls! Actually, I don't even do with my balls.
You meet your date and he's like, with his rock and roll hand gesture. You want to touch my balls?
Hey girl,
you want to twiddle your hands with my balls? You want to twiddle your little hands with my big balls? Twiddle, twiddle.
Wiggle, twiggle.
How does that sound to you?
No!
It's called elephantitis. He needs a doctor himself. Double D Dinosaur nods eagerly and desperately. Oh my god. Oh no.
Is this a dream? Is he really asking me this? I don't know if I've ever felt so comfortable with someone. Yes, with fucking Hunk!
You did!
With Hunk, you stupid bitch!
For a moment, she seemed to have
No!
forgotten about Hunk's date completely.
No! Stop it! I'm gonna order another video, right, you stupid bitch! You're going on a cute date with Hunk!
You can't go with Fable's dad. I don't want to be unsafe, so I suggest we use some protection.
Right, might use protection! Might as well go in raw! Might as well impregnate the lady! I mean, listen, at that point, everyone's fucking everyone, right? Dates don't mean shit anymore! What even are feelings? Everyone's fucking around. I'm fucking you, you're fucking me! We all fuck each other, I'm fucking myself!
Perfect. The dinosaur giggles.
What?
Oh my god.
It's all happening so quickly!
With his hairy hand, she sees
No!
him open a drawer in his desk that is normally locked. When she sees what he takes out, she accidentally lets out a sensual moan.
Please tell me it's something stupid. Tell me it's something stupid. I need it to be something really stupid.
What do you think it would be?
I don't know, a fucking hand puppet or something? No, it wouldn't be protection. What about like a helmet or something, like those things that pretend to have like knees scraped and stuff?
Oh, like the
actual protection. She's gonna like skate around or some shit. It's the only hope I can hold on to right now.
Balls?
Ball protection.
Ball protection.
Kick me in the nuts, double dinosaur.
You're right. Ha! Wait, shin guards for her or him?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, hey, listen, I made the game. What can I say? Alright, I can calm a little bit down now, I think.
Everyone to this great day of football. Today it's dinosaur.
Oh my god!
And as the whistle blows,
wait, I don't know if I'm any good at this.
Match will go as there is some definite tension there between the two.
Oh Oh no, look at your boobas. Oh my god. Okay, shoot, tackle, and jump. Why does jump have to click on it? Oh, it's not as bad as it seems. This is how it works, okay? How does the offside... Oh wait, that's you.
How does the offside rule work again?
The referee is about to blow his whistle. We blow my whistle, baby. Whistle, baby.
It's still baby.
Wait.
Oh
shit.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He killed the man. Stand still to dance. Stand still to dance.
Oh my god.
And it's celebration time. Great goal by
Oh my god, he's
Woman,
trying to
and
get
even
you.
greater moves. Look at her go. And it's time for kickoff
Oh,
once
Jesus
again.
Christ.
Oh no.
Oh no. Take him! Take him!
And the goalkeeper gets
Oh
it.
my god.
That's a good pass.
Oh, he almost got his own. Is it that guy? Okay, that's the guy.
No, no.
Oh!
Saved by the goalkeeper.
Oh no, that's too high.
Wait, so, okay, wait, if this is like real life, like this is how they actually look like, how has no one noticed that she's a dinosaur?
Reflexes were
yeah.
absolutely top class.
What is he doing?
Excellent interception under some pressure, I must say. Somehow he saved it. Anticipation leading to the interception.
Man, is this a new FIFA?
Wait,
Stopped the shot bravely. Well done by the goalkeeper, but it's still in play.
Oh,
Only
no.
1 minute.
Whoa! He's running second the shit out of him!
Good pass.
Oh no.
Avion! Oh my god, Avion, it's you!
Hi.
Jesus Christ, Avion!
And it's a goal.
He got goal.
Wow. Is it
Avion, we've
working?
missed you!
Guys, look at my boob.
And Leon is celebrating his goal. Well deserved.
Avio, we
And
missed
it's
you.
time for kickoff once again. Sloppy in possession.
I mean, shit, I was having a freak out, it's okay, it's okay. It all turned out to be for nothing again.
That point, everyone's fucking up,
kind of
right?
for nothing.
Dates don't mean shit anymore. What even are feelings? Everyone's fucking around. I'm fucking you. You're fucking me. We all fucking each other. I'm fucking myself.
Very good piece of blocking. Here's the chance.
Oh no.
Good pass.
Oh no. It's mine.
Great pass. And he goes for the goal. Wonderful interception.
I love how he just flops over and
I will not get my own goal.
Superb
That's the point.
save.
No.
Tremendous goal. Technical
I'm
excellence to
sinking.
finish that one off.
He's dancing, he's throwing it down, he's throwing
Oh
it
my god,
down.
it's working. Oh my god,
I
I'm stuck.
think I'm falling in love. And it's time for kickoff once again. Nice interception. Wonderful interception.
Oh,
and
he
that's
won, guys.
the final whistle.
He won,
What
I can't believe.
a match. Thanks
What
for
a
watching,
match.
everyone. Let's go back to the office.
1, 2, fucking noob. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
Bro.
When he says this, she knows that he's in his ultimate form. When he's sweaty,
Oh my god.
Double D dinosaurs spots a puddle of her own sweat on her seat.
Oh dear, sorry Leon.
He reaches for some wipes on the desk to clean the chair. Don't worry about it. I will sniff that
We'll
later.
sniff that later. Jesus Christ.
By the way, shouldn't you be hurrying for your date with a hunk?
No, she's all sweaty.
Oh, he's gonna ask her, why are you sweaty?
I'm like nervous. What did he just say? My date with Hunk.
Because they were having so much fun, she had completely lost track of time. She looks at her phone and sees that she is already late.
Oh dear.
Chaotically, Double D Dinosaur gathers all the things and storms out of Leon's office. A bit bummed out, Leon is left alone with the referee.
Referee?
Oh! Yeah, I think I'm going to head out. Who this guy?
This random dude.
Alright, man. Talk to you later. Oh my god, week 8, the date. Oh my god. Actually, when she had an appointment with the same doctor right after, they were having a fun, jolly time. The door to the restaurant swings open. Oh! With a lot of slapping noises, Double D Dinosaur comes rushing in. Where? Oh, this is you.
Where is he? Is he already gone?
She looks around, but can't spot Hunk's noticeable bulge anywhere.
Oh my god, this is a nightmare. No, I screwed up, didn't I?
Just as she cinematically and dramatically turns around to go home, she hears a male voice roar. Hey, Double D Dino, I'm over here. And she turns around, she sees him sitting there in a favorite outfit of his.
Did his bulge get larger, by the way, or am I just imagining that?
Oh, wait. I think it did.
Not that I paid a considerable amount of time looking at it or anything.
I mean, I haven't measured it, but it looks bigger.
It's actually the first time I'm noticing that.
This game is full of sweat. No, it's full of water. Are you blind or something?
Oh my god.
She didn't see him right away because he was sitting still. Oh my god. Look her face.
Oh my god, that is so funny, actually.
Because she's a T-Rex. It's so great to see you. When Double D Dinosaur walks towards him, he stands up to pull her a chair out for her. Double D Dinosaur throws himself into his impressive arms to greet him. Oh my god. Her pungent football sweat smell fills his nose.
Well, either that's a very good or a very bad thing right now.
Wait, she's looking down on us.
We're tiny.
Tiny, guys. The eye tracker deceived you. I'm glad I don't have the eye tracker thing on.
Sorry, I'm late.
His muscular arms wraps around her like friendly boa constrictor. No problem. I'm glad you're here. I just hope you don't mind that I already ordered something for us. Already ordered? What do you guys think? Is it no problem or... Yeah, I mind. Whoa.
Lampy, I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you. You just want to fuck with me, Lampy. That fucking dude right there. A fucking dude.
Lampy's doing it too.
Bruh. Bruh.
Members is also doing it.
Why are you guys doing this? Why can't we just have some? Why can't we just have nice things?
Any more votes? Fable can't take us all out.
Well, that's what you're saying. I have contacts.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like B1. Let's see her try. I could throw her 5-1.
Why do you keep making me smaller?
Fable can take me out. Yeet you?
I'll take all of you out.
I'm so sorry, but the kitchen was about to close. But I was confident you would still come.
Yeah, you made Punk cry!
Look what they did, Tim.
Oh my god, you guys are heartless.
Look what they did. In front of her is a large fancy drink with a small umbrella and a piece of fruit on the side to make it seem more worth the price. It has 2 straws. It's 2 straws. 2 straws.
It was so romantic. You guys.
Such luxury. He
Bro!
thought he would have been happy with it.
Are you trying to get me drunk or something?
She says teasingly as he takes a big sip. Hunk laughs while he's unsure whether she meant it or not. While she takes another sip, she looks around fascinated.
What a romantic place. I don't think I've ever been to such a fancy restaurant before.
She's beaming as she looks around in amazement of the finished marble walls, the romantic colors of the decor, the golden arches on the wall.
I'm not taking you guys to pizza. I don't even have money for my own pizza. Also, I don't think there's a pizza, but
You should drop them. You should drop them.
I'm gonna drop kick them.
Tee. And slightly nervously, Hunks clears his muscular throat. Alright, here we go. What do you want to talk about?
Good question. Where shall we start? What are your hobbies? No! Guys, please, you can't do this to me. Please, you can't. I'll put it on your tab. Oh my god. Please, guys, you can't do this. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for her. Look at her. You want her to be happy. You want to win for Double D Dinosaur.
We want happiness for her.
Oh my god, you guys are making me...
Is it tied at the moment?
Ugh.
Oh! Oh! Look at A is winning.
Gold, her eyes are gold. I'm not just looking at her boobs. Though they are very apparent. A1, hey! I'm surprised even Lampy picked A. That is a certain turn of... Oh wait, no, first you picked B. I see Lampy.
He's scammer alert! His hobby is cat strangling. Oh my god, he did say that, but as a joke. I forgot to mention that part. My hobbies? I'm obsessed with horror movies and horror games.
Aw, you can play Repo with us in Lethal Company.
The intensity, the tension, the jump scares.
I really want to rub his
You
boobs.
also love jump scares.
How about you jump scare your penis in my face? Sorry. Jump scares?
Okay.
Those unexpected scares? Okay, hold up. I'm calling. We're about to have a jump scare in a moment.
Oh my god! You absolute monkeys. Lampy. Fucking monster Inc. I was ready for a jump scare.
Wait, why do you ask that?
Takes another sip of a drink, and somewhat tensely.
Jump scares?
You don't mind them or absolutely not? Oh, okay. You don't. Lampy doesn't mind jump scares.
I actually don't even have an opinion on that one.
I think not too much jump scares. Just enough to like just get you randomly. Oh!
Like personally, I don't like jump scares because they're just like a lot. Wait, I wouldn't know what to say in this.
The eyes.
Great chance to cling to someone. That is true. That is true.
Also, Avian, thank you for downloading the game. Guys, did you know you can support Ninu by downloading the game on mobile and reaching high level? That way Ninu can get bling blong, so Ninu can get ice cream.
Bling blong.
Wait, I need to take Fable and Ninu through some horror VR chat. Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
Yes? Yes?
No. I'm
How
gonna
about
die.
for October? Because it's spooky month. And it's your birthday.
It is my birthday. I was considering doing like a subathon in October, but
You should.
I don't know. I wouldn't know what kind of rewards to do because aside from like the thing that everyone's gonna say, like you guys are gonna be like, oh, do a karaoke stream. But that would be at such a high goal that you guys wouldn't possibly be able to get it. Just so I can say I put it on the thing.
Guys, make sure you save up money. Make sure you're saving up your money. Wait, which one won? I think it looks like a tie.
Well, this is certainly a situation. Say,
okay, well, which one do you want me to pick, Fable?
I really don't have an opinion. Because I don't really mind them, maybe?
I had to pick a different name, and that's hearsay. Oh, because Abian, you already have an account, but it only counts new accounts, I'm afraid. But you can still find Ninuland. 15 days after your birthday? Wait, Staffy's birthday is in October as well. My birthday is today. Haha. She sees Hung completely lighten up when talking about one of his bloody passions. Well, what I like most is the slow build-up that always seems to... Then, before he can finish his sentence, the lights in the restaurant go out. Wait, Fable?
Sorry, I was drinking.
Oh no.
Huh?
Oh no. Oh.
Hello? Why are the lights out? What was that? I better just wait here in complete silence for the problem to be solved. That is what I would do.
What was in the drink?
What drink? Like the one that Double D Dinosaur has, or the one that I have? Because mine is just limoncello and cola.
Slip strip. In Double D's Dinosaur.
I don't know how to voice this, it's just like...
Oh yeah, he did have the drink ready, but that was...
Are you gonna get jump scared? Hung?
What?
Is someone behind me?
Is this Silent Hill? Double D, dinosaurs, iconic.
Vulva?
Sound fills up the silence in the room because of fear. Of course, fear.
Vulva sound. Excuse
yeah,
me.
we gave her a sound.
Jesus Christ.
Oh! Look, there's the light again. I got scared for a moment because someone once told me about acute blindness being a real thing once. Oh my god. Do you know who said? Yeah, Abion, at the beginning, it lets you choose. It has this Baldur's Gate option thing, and the only thing I can edit is the private parts. And it only makes sounds. One thing is certain, now that I can see you again, I'm happier again. Aww.
Aww. Gee, what a creep.
Huh?
Say, Double D Dinosaur, can I ask you something personal?
Thumbs up?
He cutely stammers for a moment. Can I ask what your type is?
Times like you! Guys, just make her happy, please. Please. I need this.
I need this, please.
Oh my god. Those people that vote for doctors like want to be lobotomized. We vote A if Fable agrees to do VR horror. Fable, what do you say to that?
Oh look, A1 Ninu.
Oh, that means you're gonna do horror?
Maybe like at least try it. I'd at least try. Oh no, never mind. Staffy voted B. I take that back. I take that back.
You wanna try playing a horror game with me? Fable?
I would at least try it.
Louise?
If it's like actually like, sometimes if I'm like really scared, it actually like hurts my heart like really bad. So you know, in that case, I would probably stop it.
Would you play a horror game with me?
Of course I would. Like I said, at least try it.
For your little heart? I will carry your little heart, so don't worry about that. I'll carry it for you.
Okay.
I'll carry your little heart. Vibes like you. Hunger laughs as she sees his cheeks turn light red.
Aww. Can I ask you something personal too?
Huh? Oh my god. Oh. What is your type? A, or what is your reason for visiting Leon anyways? Oh my god, guys. Ooh, A is winning? What would you want to ask him, baby?
I mean, it would be good to know, I guess, why he's there, you know, but I think in that situation, I think I'd just ask what is your type, I think, personally.
You
I don't
like
know.
these Bahonka Wonkers?
Do you like my big, voluptuous double D's?
Pair of double D's?
Woozy, wowzy, zonger, schlongers. I don't know, what did he say? Schlozzy, I don't know.
Oh, Staffy, I won't leave you. I'm strong and not scared. O plus? Are you O plus?
Oh. So he's talking about his blood type.
Yeah. Double D dancer has to think for a moment before she gets it.
She roars. Wait, is she roaring? Okay.
Oh, I think she's getting drunk. Again, she takes a big sip of a drink and notices that she's starting to feel a little lightheaded. Oh no. Oh my god. This is your first date, guys. This is your first date. This is your first date. Be respectful. It's your first date.
Slamming whammies. Slammy whammies.
Wait, you can't start off with the slammy whammies. Oh my god.
Oh, chat seems kind of, naughty.
Naughty.
Like you have no options. I take your options. No, I'm not the problem. Man, that's on you.
It's looks like a draw. Fable. Be the tiebreaker.
Let's hit dance. Just because I wouldn't make a move under the table on a first date personally. But hey, I mean, oh,
Abion too. Oh my god, yeah, you do Phasmophobia deal. Wait, is it?
Yeah, Abion, I was trying to summon you recently. I was playing, was it,
something. There's ranch of Rivershine, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna try to summon Avion, and then it was like Phasmophobia, but you didn't pop up, and so I I just thought
I'm just waiting for
must have died.
What is this?
What the fuck? Jesus Christ!
Double Dance is going for it.
Oopsie, what in the world am I doing now? It must be the alcohol.
A big fierce hunk is looking at her. Then at the empty glass next to her. Oh, you do realize that was a non-alcoholic drink, right?
Oh,
Drunken love. Drunken love. I don't know how that song goes, but yeah.
Huh?
It was literally a glass of orange juice.
Man.
Oh no.
It's amazing.
Oh no. They were having so much fun that they barely noticed that the restaurant is about to close. Only when Hunk looks around and sees that they are the only ones left in the restaurant, he notices what time it is. Wow! Is it that late already? Then he hesitates for a moment, but gathers some self-confidence. Am I wrong, or did this day go pretty well?
It did go pretty well, and you guys should definitely head back together.
Same reaction to when she thinks she's drunk. Have you been drinking orange juice all this time?
God, I wish. But I'm not drunk or anything.
Me too. Oh, what do you think? Invite him to come home with you. As almost as much fun as with Leon. Oh my god.
I want the Dinusi action.
What's Dinusi action?
I think Blampy is just like out of principle. I think he really wants me to probe his prostate.
Wait, probe?
Yeah, probe it with my long finger.
Oh, like Leon's long finger? Oh, is that why he's asking for Leon? You know what? I think that makes sense now.
Steffi, you can watch if you vote A. I'm not even letting you watch, I'm letting you join in if you vote A.
Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Lampy, you signed up for this, buddy. You did it. Everyone is voting A so they can join in.
Hell yeah. We're all probing each other. Except for me, no probing me.
Lampy's happy with the probing. Oh no. Oh no.
Alright, everyone get in
for the probing.
Oh hell yeah.
Well, the fun. Oh wait, this is you.
Well,
Mommy?
the fun doesn't have to stop. Would you maybe like to have a drink at my place?
Yes. Sounds fun to me.
Oh hell yeah.
Jackpot. W dances thinking like a creep. Oh no. Where are the lewd thoughts? But then she sees a little doubt pop up on his 10 out of 10 a Metacritic score face. But I don't think it's smart. Whoa.
Oh. Huh? Since when is intelligence your thing?
It's just that I Sorry. I have to go. Hunk slips into his coat and promptly hurries away. I'll talk to you soon, okay? W Dancer is left behind, somewhat bewildered. Huh? Oh, this is you.
Huh? Was he being too direct again? It probably has something to do with the thing why he's seeing Leon, probably.
Oh. My
Damn, that
wiener
orange juice.
doesn't work, doctor. My wiener doesn't work. I see a big booba lady and it's not going up. What do I do?
Maybe. Look at big wiener men. See if that does anything.
Oh, no!
Did it work?
Yes!
Yeah!
You know the picture I looked at?
What?
Look
the
at
cat?
Outside the cat one.
Oh, and that one where they have three of them.
And that's why it works.
Wait, let me write something to it.
My wiener worked.
There we go.
This could be us. But no!
That orange juice.
Yeah, unbelievable. Damn
Yeah,
that orange juice.
unbelievable.
Bedroom. Oh my god. Like every night, she is so hot. Just look at her laying in bed.
What a day. I'm still completely exhausted from that workout with Leon. How exciting was that? And boy, does he look good with those, with a slick of sweat. With a lick of sweat, not a slick, sorry, with a lick of sweat.
Slick of sweat.
Slick of sweat.
She lets out a deep sigh.
It's strange how things suddenly turn out with Hunk though. I thought we were having a good time. Why did he leave so abruptly? Did I say something that would have let him know that I'm a dinosaur, which scientists disagree about as to whether I can run given my heavy weight?
Oh. Double D dinosaur stares at the ceiling, hoping to fall asleep. She's not even close to being tired, man.
You didn't miss anything, Frankerzoid. They did not do the bazonga zoink.
Nah, they didn't do the bazoinga zoink. Oh no, you had ads? Oh, sorry.
What?
But thank you for watching the ads. I get paid. Actually, I don't know how much I get paid from you guys watching ads. And suddenly, a brilliant but also exciting idea pops into her large skull.
I should invest into Bitcoin!
Into Nano Bitcoin.
Maybe I should send him a message.
Picks up her phone and leers at the screen mischievously.
Just ask him if he's alright.
Oh my god.
Just ask him if he's alright or go to sleep.
But do you want to send a message to Hunk or do you want to send a message to Leon?
Lampy, if you want your anus probed, do A. If you want your anus probed, do A.
Chad, if you want your anus
It seems like you're into that.
And I'll take the
Guys.
Oh my god.
Lampy.
Oh no, Lampy. I'm
Oh my
sorry
God.
for your... Sorry. Oh, Staffy wants it too. Oh.
Chad, if
Just
you
to
want
bring
your
the
anus
dog
probed.
in before it's raining. We didn't get action.
Oh my god.
Member doesn't want his...
C is also working. Either of those options are fine. Oh man.
Frankozoid wants in the action too.
Alright, I'm getting my probe glove.
How long is it?
Well, I mean, it's normal length, but like, it's like rough on the outside, you know? It's kind of like sandpaper.
Oh, wait, which
Sandpaper
level
in your
though?
anus.
Because there's different levels. There's
Like
the soft
really,
one.
like harsh.
Oh,
Really
those are good
harsh
ones.
sandpaper so
Those
that
are
I
good
can
ones, guys.
slowly smooth out your inner
Yeah.
channel.
Yay! Happy!
Hey Hunk, did you get home safely?
Hey, I was just about to send the same thing to you. Yeah, I got home safe. Sorry for storming off like that. Face.
I hope it's not because of something I said.
Face. She sees him starting to type something, but then he stops again. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I hate when that happens.
Oh no, I hate that too.
Don't worry about that, okay?
Okay, then you didn't say no though. You need to say no. It's not because of something you said. If so, can you? You can always just tell me.
We'll bang, okay? Wait, have you seen
Was
that?
that right?
Have you seen that before?
I don't think so.
Oh, guys. Guys, we have to show Fable. We have to show Fable.
Oh, someone asked me today if I peg.
Do you peg?
I do not.
This one? I don't know if it's this one. Let me share it with chat as well. We'll bang, okay?
Yes, I'm sure, Lampy. Wait, what did you say? You?
We'll bang, okay?
Yeah, we'll bang. Bang energy.
Bang. We'll bang, okay, guys? Wait. I don't mean chat specifically. Right, let me share this with Fable. So we'll bang, okay?
Alright, let me look at that.
You old cunt.
The best
What is
fish.
this?
You came so hard.
We'll bang, okay? It's from Mass Effect.
Dr. Chocolates.
Oh.
Yeah, well, bang, okay.
We'll bang, okay? We'll bang, okay? Also, have you played Mass Effect?
Not yet, but I have it and I want
my
to play
God.
it because I want Garrus. I need
I
Garrus.
love Garrus.
I need
We've
to
calibrated so many times. We'll bang, okay?
I have an
bang it.
artwork
Garrus
with
is hot,
Garrus. It's one of my favorite ones.
We'll bang, okay?
Well, bang, okay.
We'll bang, okay? We'll bang, okay?
Well, bang, okay.
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 We'll bang again.
Well, bang, okay. Oh, fuck me.
You know. Oh gosh, it's such a good game. I wish I could replay and just like forget about it. We'll bang, okay? So basically, that's all he says. We'll bang, okay? She's a woman. We'll bang, okay? I mean, he doesn't say that in the game, but you know, somebody did it. Wooing over Garrus before we can even play the game. You're gonna like Mass Effect. Yes, yeah.
I've watched like stuff with Garrus. I've seen stuff. I've already freaked out, and I'm gonna freak even out even further.
What? Why? Stuff with Garrus. Okay. Why does Shepard sound like Riker? Oh my God. Abion, why would you say that? Wait, isn't Riker Riker definitely gives up like we'll bang, okay?
We'll bang, okay.
Oh, Is it okay if we talk about it next week? Wow. I am just going to... We'll talk about banging next week, okay? And we won't communicate until then.
We'll bang, okay?
We'll bang, okay?
We'll bang, okay?
I tried to tell you in person. Why does it have to be next week? Why can't you set a date tomorrow? She's a bit bummed that she has to be in suspense for another week. Cannot help him, but she understands.
Okay, I'll see you then. Good night.
How much you want to basically say? Don't tell me what to do. Good night.
Dinosaur?
Oh my god, double
No.
S. Okay. No.
Was it a spelling mistake, or does he really know? Oh, what am I supposed to do now?
She can hear the soothing vibration of Robson's purr in her head.
You're right, Robson. There is no reason he would know. But I just don't understand what else could be going on. Guess I'll find out next week.
Wait, what? That sound alert. Wait, what? Somebody's knocking. Wait, no. In-game. Is it in-game? Who the fuck did that? Wait, did you hear the knocking too?
I don't have the game audio on.
Oh, okay.
Does it make me a bad person that I'm looking forward to seeing them both? Yes, actually, I mean, no, but like, just don't act on it!
Double D Dancer looks up because of... Oh, it is the game! Oh my god. I'm not schizo, guys. I'm not schizo.
Oops, that must be the neighbors because I was giggling so loudly during the nice phone conversation just now.
Double D Dancer jumps up when her phone suddenly vibrates menacingly in her attractive hands. For some reason, the vibration seems louder and more aggressive than normal. She sees a message from the unknown number pop up. What do you think is the biggest turnoff in a potential partner?
Being a woman!
Ah!
And I'm saying that knowing fully well what you guys are going to say. So I said that specifically because of that. I'm just poking you guys. You know, I'm teasing you guys a little.
Being a woman. Just don't be a woman, guys.
Selfishness or indifference. One of those two. There's been a personal level fable. I'm sorry! I'm sorry. Fable likes.
Wait, what do you guys... Okay, what do you mean by woman?
What do you mean? What do I mean by woman?
Because chat seems to get it. Well, if the other person was a woman too? Because you're not gay?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Selfishness. I think they're all mad.
I'm glad we all can agree that it's either selfishness or indifference. I think that would bother me, yeah. Has she not blocked the number or anything?
No. Laziness, selfishness, sloppiness, indifference. Ooh.
Crawling back to you. Oh, really?
But then she is overwhelmed by all the events of today and tiredness sets in.
Okay, time to sleep.
Oh. Oh, what?
Another message? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. That message from last week said something about the last day.
Oh yeah! It did say last day. When she opens the message, her pupils become tiny and her eyes spread wide open.
What is this?
On her phone, she sees a message with an even more threatening tone than before. Do you think you would notice if there's someone else in your house right now?
Is it maybe the cat?
Is it Mr. Robson?
Is maybe Mr. Robson gonna be like a third option or something?
Mr. Robson? Would I notice that there's someone else in my house right now? Oh no. Oh no. What is it, guys? What are you guys going for? I'm afraid not. Oh no. Oh no. What do you think, Fable? Would you know?
I don't think I'd know because I don't leave my room.
Oh, I mean, I think D is winning. I'm afraid not. Suddenly she seems to hear some stumbling downstairs. She sits up straight and holds her breath tightly. Listen if she hears anything else.
Stay calm, Double D Dinosaur. That must have been one of those classic house noises.
Almost dropped her phone when her phone vibrates again. Did you know that this is what most people think? Help me, hunters.
Oh my god.
Bruh, for real?
Also, Lampy, I'm not that old. I'm just saying, it's a song you can always listen to, so, Anyways, we dead yet?
Please stop. Who is this? Tell me. Oh no, guys. She's in tears. She's in shambles. Help her. Oh my god, Frankenstein. I was about to say that out loud. I'm glad I didn't. Uber covered in tears. Yeah, she's scared. She's crying.
You can hold my hand if no one's home.
It's probably a hunk. Wait, are you saying a hunk is a peeping Tom? As Double D Dinosaur notices how fast she is breathing, she tries to calm herself down.
Stay calm, Double D Dinosaur. Everything is okay.
Oh no. Again, her phone vibrates.
Another message? Please just make it stop. Block the fucking number!
When she opens the message, this time there is no question. No question, just a statement.
I just really love Latina's Double D Dinosaur.
Ah! I know enough. I've collected all your information. Oh no. Double D Dinosaur could cry right now.
What does that mean? What do you want from me? Please make it stop. Stop it! Wait a minute.
When she reads the last message, she gasps for air. She can hardly believe what it says.
What a deal.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, it's okay.
Thank you for answering all questions for our customer survey. The result of the survey shows that our most people expensive all-in-one package, which is fancy fiber optic internet with more than 623 channels, fits you best. Did you know that 99% of people are satisfied with full power net? Do you want to switch to full power net? Then contact us via this phone and receive 20% discount. Be sure to act quickly. Uninterestedly, she deleted the message. Oh my god.
Oh, that explains it. Annoying ads.
Double D Dinosaur blocks a number, thus ending
Oh my god.
this little storyline with complete satisfaction.
Maybe I should have just googled the number.
Oh my god. Pain. Week 9, a waiting room. Oh my god, we're gonna meet Hunk. He's gonna tell us the thing. He's gonna tell us the important thing. With some reluctance. Whoa. Double D Dinosaur nervously walks into the waiting room. She starts to feel restless when she sees that he's not present yet. What?
You Nana scared me.
What?
Wow. Tesla, how did I scare you? Am I not cute enough for you? God damn. Oh, he's not there. Oh no.
That's nothing like him. Sure, sometimes he's late, but never when I need him.
Oh, she anxiously looks at her phone. Yay, my birthday! Looks at her phone to see if he has said anything. Nope, no message from Hunk yet. She does have an excellent reception, thanks to full power net. Oh no, did she get it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Hunk is rushing in, half stumbling and apologizing. Hey, don't leave Dinosaur, sorry I'm late. I was just a little nervous about today and I
Aww.
She smiles immediately. A smile immediately appears on Double D's Dinosaur's face because of his clumsy cuteness. Ooh.
You don't have to apologize for anything. I just got here too.
Oh yeah, we almost have a choo-choo train.
Although, maybe you should apologize for why you stormed off last week.
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh my god.
An offering to appease them.
An offering to appease the Nino choo-choo train, yeah! Thank you very much. Choo-choo, strapping tight. I'm gonna eat this sandwich now.
An idiot sandwich. Was it something I said?
No, absolutely not. And I'm sorry, I made you think that. It's just that Hunk sighs sleepily and attractively. It's all hit a little too close to home all of a sudden. Get it home?
Oh my god. What? What are you talking about? What did too close?
My wiener. Small. My feelings for you.
Aww.
Oh my god.
That is so cute. Feelings?
Double D Dinosaur heart skips a beat.
Whoa, did he really just say that, or am I delirious?
What should I say? Oh, what she should say. Then swimming away. Doesn't sound logical. I feel for you too. Oh my god.
Abby, do you want me to probe that anus of yours? I can scrape it clean with my finger if you want me to. I'll do anything. Fable is the Craven! Fable is the Craven, the bee!
The bee?
Bees nut store.
Okay, I think B is winning, guys. She can barely make eye contact because of how super shy of a person she is. But I haven't been completely honest with you. Oh no.
No! Why are you not honest again? First about the dating app and now this?
Suddenly, but then the feeling of hypocrisy overwhelms her. After all, the Blue Dinosaur has not been completely honest about who she really is herself. Specifically, that she belongs to a group called Archosaurus, the ruling reptile, aka the dinosaurs. So she decides to be open to what he has to say. I think that's good.
He probably has his reasons too.
Honk himself barely seems to realize he has just made a declaration of love as he continues to rattle on. This is why I left so abruptly. It didn't feel fair if I wasn't open with you. Then he grabs all his courage and looks us straight in the eyes. Oh my god!
Please.
Is it coming?
I need cuteness. Please don't do this to me.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
It's to do with why I visit Dr. Leon. But I'm terrified of how you'll see me after I tell you.
You haven't worked all this fun shit. It's fine, boo boo. We can work on that.
But I have to be honest with you.
Come on. Where on earth could this be going?
The bulge is fake. It's real.
If he starts talking about ants again, I'm out.
Reason why I visit Leon every
I'm
week.
highly attracted to dinosaurs.
Are you ready to find out?
I'm fine. I'm ready. If the doctor interrupts, I swear to God.
He makes prehistoric people. Oh my god, he's in love with the dog. Oh no. I am. What's your hat?
Oh my god, I knew it!
Leon's off his legs open.
Shut the fuck up, Leon!
Oh no! Oh no!
Aha!
Double D dinosaur with the sloppy slappers. It's time for your appointment.
It's the second doctor! Oh.
Oh god. Hunk looks at the garden defeat and mumbles softly to himself. If only I could ever get to my point faster.
You just say it now!
Let's talk more soon.
Jesus Christ, just read this message that might you just call me.
What do you want to talk about? Disappointed in himself, Hunk mutters that he wasn't talking to Leon. As Double D Dinosaur walks into the office, she thinks to herself, that's dramatic. Cliffhanger makes less sense in real life than in TV shows. Oh no.
Precious. My precious.
Oh my god.
My precious.
My barge?
Talking.
My barge precious?
Got him. Got him.
Leon's office.
Leon, I'm going to punch you in the nuts, I swear to God.
Lovely dinosaur, please take a seat. Despite the strange interaction with Hunk, she noted that she is still happy to see Leon. He peeks at his chest hair as he goes through his paperwork.
That's a forest I'd like to get lost in.
Huh?
Leon barely looks up.
Strange. Leon seems less talkative than usual, as if his mind is somewhere else.
What should she do? Tease him? Or are you the therapist or am I your wiener?
Wiener.
Wiener.
Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner.
Wiener. Wow, chat wants to tease him. Use him what way though? Fable could not give a fuck about the Leon interaction. I mean,
True.
He looks like her dad when he was younger.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my dad is married Double D Dinosaur. My dad looks like this guy, like the dad from Inside Out, like Omni-Man. That's what he looked like, just like when he was younger. You know? And he wasn't that jacked.
Only on paper, Fable.
Wait, only on paper what?
I don't know which one is winning. I think it's a draw, guys.
Only married on paper? What the fuck, Lampy? You trying to rizz up my dad? Get in line, Franker's is already on it.
Oh, thanks, all cunting. Tease him.
Still haven't recovered from last week's match, have you? You know a real match lasts 90 minutes, right?
Leon looks up with a grin on his face. I wouldn't talk too much if I were you, because today I prepared another tough physical test. Oh no. Double D Dinosaur clutches her fist, knowing that it will be probably become unnecessarily sensual again. Oh no. A healthy body contributes to a healthy mind.
Oh, daddy.
Oh, daddy. I was just saying that because Nova's line. Fable.
Wait, Nova's what?
It's okay. Don't worry. We all that dancing is a super real sport. That's why we're doing the motor skill and reflex test today.
No, you can motorboat me.
Dinosaur notices that she is very enthusiastic about this test. After all, dancing is one of her things. Dancing and shedding skin. Double D Dinosaur chuckles to herself.
This way he will be so impressed with me. He doesn't know what is going to hit him.
Cause when she dances, she always sweats so much that her clothes are always slipping off.
Oh my god.
The test is very simple. If you can dance to the beat and try to keep it up for as long as possible, this way I can clearly see how's your physical health is doing. Is that clear? Oh no.
Can't wait.
What will it be, guys?
Can't wait.
I can't wait or slow dance. Slow dance to the beat?
Think about Hunk. He's opening up to us. Damn it, we can't play with its feelings.
Guys, Hunk was trying to tell us something. He was trying to be so brave. He's trying to be so brave.
Y'all are mean.
Wow, they all wanna slow dance. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's a tie now. We need a tiebreaker. Who's gonna be our tiebreaker? She's questioning slow dance. She wants to dance fast. And yeah, but same thing.
Wait, so did he say slow dancing? Wait.
It says, is it clear?
I think I might have.
If it's slow
is she
dancing.
asking if it's I don't want them to be slow dancing. Is the point?
Yeah, or you can be very excited to just dance. I want to do turnover and head home. If I miss the rest of the stream, I hope it goes well. Thank you, Frankenzoid.
Uncle Frank, Frankorino, Frankoroni, Frankolinchen, Frank.
Okay, which one did you vote for? You voted for A. Okay. I'ma go with A, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. What am I supposed to do?
It's what I need. Now if you wanna get the best.
Oh wait, I'm supposed to. Oh, maybe arrows? Oh, okay. Guys, are you liking this? Oh.
Damn.
Oh. I'm focusing on this.
I'm focusing on something
No,
else.
wait, what?
Oh yeah, her clothes are actually slipping off.
What?
Her shoes went off.
Oh no, wait. Oh
Wait,
no, them twinkle toes.
She's not actually gonna be naked, right? Like this is a Twitch category, right?
Yeah. No.
No?
No, it's a...
Oh no.
Oh wait. Wait, what?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? I can't.
Welcome to the
I don't know what X is.
Observatory.
7. Oh my God, J again? Please can you not? 7. Oh my God, I can't. 2, 3, down. 2, 1, up.
She is busting a move though.
5, 4, down. 2, 4, 4, 2, up. 1, 2. Oh!
I mean, I'm just saying,
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Yo, she's fucking doing the worm.
Oh, it's question mark. I can't do question mark. I can't do question mark. I can't do that. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna try and not get the gold ones. Okay. I don't know what B is.
That is the letter in the alphabet.
F12. It's gonna tell me. Oh fuck! That's a screenshot. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. Ah! Wait!
Oh God. Oh no.
Oh no! I can't do this.
Oh wow.
Ah! Oh!
Oh Jesus. Oh God. Oh, she died.
Oh my God! Get the gold. No, I'm not gonna get the. I didn't get the last gold one. Are you okay? I think I've seen enough for today. No, Labby, I'll do it at my own time when nobody's watching. While cursing under her breath, W Dinosaur stands up, disappointed. Oh, she's disappointed. How could I screw this? Oh wait, this is you.
How could I screw this up? Just want Liam to be impressed with me. That's the only thing that matters to me right now. What about Hunk? What do you mean that's the only thing that matters to you? You should be like Sting. Fuck you. Wait.
When she catches herself thinking that specific thought, suddenly, like a light filling a dark room, something unexpectedly becomes crystal clear. What?
Heartbreak. Leon. Stop! I don't think I can see you anymore. I'm afraid I have to stop these sessions.
Leon looks up in shock. For a moment, it seems as if he doesn't know what to say to this unexpected turn of events. Huh? Where does this suddenly come from? Is it something I said? She never heard Leon's controlled voice, struggling so hard to not stumble over his words.
No, it's not you. The test just now has made me realize that I'm no longer here to help myself. The first thing I thought after the test just now was that I hoped you would be impressed by me.
She's opening up.
I realize now, I'm no longer here to help myself. And I'll mainly just come here every week to see you and Hunk.
Or Hunk?
Yeah, for Hunk, fuck you! It's like what you always tell me, you can only help me if I want to help myself.
Aww.
But at this moment, I realize that I no longer come here with the right intentions.
Aww.
Oh.
She can see in Leon's eyes that he doesn't want her to be right. Then, I'm afraid that you were right. Oh no. Leon smiles her way with a somewhat defeated but understanding look. They both know that they will have to say goodbye now, but neither of them say anything, just to postpone this moment a little longer. You should have a game sound on Fable. You're missing so much moaning sound. Wait, what do you mean? Hold up. Moaning sound?
Moaning sound?
Even if it's just for a moment. Damn, I gotta do more visual novels, guys, so I can get Fable and Nova to read for me. Well, Double D's dinosaurs embrace bounds as she stands up. She makes
Boink,
meaningful
boink,
eye
boink,
contact
boink.
one last time, while Leon is still sitting behind his desk. Somewhat dazed.
I appreciate everything you've done for me. And hopefully one day, I'll be ready to do something with it. But for now, it's time to take care of myself.
Double D Dinosaur walks towards the exit and cinematically looks over her shoulder at Leon one last time.
Farewell, Leon.
An overwhelming feeling of tragedy washes over Leon and Double D Dinosaur. Oh my god, wait, maybe he is your true love. Your daddy might be your true love.
No, it's not!
Are you sure about that?
Very sure!
Partly due to the music. Okay, maybe it is the music. I wish you the best, Double D Dinosaur. Hurts that she won't see Leon anymore. But she knows it's time to take care of herself. Hi, Kiss True Love. Wait!
No!
Wait, I must profess.
Don't!
My nuts hurt.
He's with a Hunk!
If you quit, I'll quit too.
What the fuck?
You can't quit on me. I will quit.
Huh?
With a pounding chest, Double D Dinosaur steps back into the office.
What does he mean?
Leon stands up with a kind of a look on his face. I will quit. For you.
No! Stop that! Huh?
I cannot deny that I've been questioning my integrity as a therapist for some time now.
What the hell are you talking about? You're the most professional therapist I've ever played football with.
Because of my
No.
feelings for
No! Stop! Stop this madness!
His ears are red too. I just noticed.
God, you know what else is red?
What?
My face, because I'm angry!
Wait. Go on, game.
Yeah,
Make
B,
us
I'm having
choose.
my eye on you. Oh, that was a good one. Demi would have been proud of that one.
That was a good one.
Feelings?
So, if it means that I can't see you anymore because of my work, I am willing to give up my job for you.
That is all romantic and stuff, but she's supposed to be with a hunk.
I will be homeless for you.
That's so romantic and not strange at all.
Although she has dreamt of the moment that Liam would say this, it is all very overwhelming at the moment. Not only Hug, but also Liam has declared his love for her. What? What you do now? Oh no! Oh no!
Well, MP, I'm having my
Never
eye
could she have imagined that she would go from so lonely to such a luxury problem. Bro, that's for real?
Yeah.
Feeling that sweet. This is all a bit too unexpected for me. Oh no. What? Which one?
I'm gonna counteract you. I'm gonna kick you in the nuts.
Oh no.
They're gonna shoot back up again and they're never going to lower ever again.
Oh
they're gonna stay up there.
To keep able
Hell yeah.
to keep able to keep our agreement that she's gonna play a spoopy game with it. Spoopy VR game. Oh, okay. I think B is winning. We're going for B?
B.
Double D dancer turns away from him traumatically. Oh my god.
But I need to think about it.
I understand. And I'm sorry for overwhelming you like this. I let my feeling run wild for a moment there when I heard that I might not be able to see you again. But before you make your final decision, I thought it was important that you know how I feel about you. Double D dancer appreciates his honesty. And the coconut shaped bulge in his pants.
Oh my god.
Which coconut do you like?
I like coconut.
It is now all I think is a coconut. I just see coconut.
Oh my god.
I want it to be that you're fully behind your decision. Whatever your choice may be, I will support you. Aww. Listen to your feelings carefully. Double D dinosaur. While Double D dinosaur walks out of the office, struggling with the weight of the choices on his shoulder, Liam looks up. Oh, Double D dinosaur. Never forget that you are beautiful just the way you are.
That is really sweet and all. I wish he wouldn't look like my dad.
Daughter, you are just beautiful.
No! No!
I can't believe my jeans went through.
Oh my god!
My jeans went through my jeans.
No!
Daddy. Oh, daddy.
No!
We're killing her. Ah.
Oh,
already gone. Oh, bedroom. Oh man. Oh man. It's getting. Wait, what? Difficulty Dazzle lies awake thinking and worrying about the choices to come, using her bosom as stress balls. Of course, is that the sound that a stress ball makes? The choices between the two dream men seems to hang over her head like one of those Looney Tunes anvils.
Oh my god. It's just so hard, Robson. They are both so fantastic. But I can't keep stringing them both along. How about you tell them both that you're a dinosaur and then just see what happens?
Oh my god.
So you have to make a choice and be honest with them. That's the least they deserve after everything they've done for me. But declaring my love to just one of these mangots seems almost impossible. They both have their strong points and arms. Oh man.
And Double Dinosaur suddenly thought of something. How a robust cat, Mr. Robson once said, "If you can't make a decision on something..." Oh wait, this is you.
No, if you can't make a decision on something, you could perhaps make a pros and cons list.
Maybe that could help.
Oh,
sorry.
No, I thought it was me. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, you can read it too.
No, go, please.
It can help you visualize who you think has the most upsides.
Smart plan, Robert.
Oh!
Oh, Jesus!
She leans over the edge of her bed to grab a pen and paper from her cupboards. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me think. Which qualities that I think are important do I think fit which man best?
Intelligence. Who does that fit?
Okay, so now we have to be honest. Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, yeah, that's Leon.
Communication.
Probably also Leon. Fuck!
Humor.
Okay, that's Hunk though. That's Hunk. You gotta be honest, okay?
Knowledge of ants.
That is also Hunk. That is Hunk.
Honesty.
That is Leon, unfortunately.
Oh, caring.
I don't know.
Oh.
You know that you know them better than I do. Which one is more caring?
I mean, look, Leon did ask, "Are you dumb?" at the beginning.
True. Okay, maybe it's Hunk then.
Yeah, Hunk pulled out a chair, guys. I remember that part. Sexual attraction. Let's ask Fable. Fable.
What do you mean let's ask Fable? One of them is my dad! What do you mean let's ask Fable?
I'm just trying to read your mind.
That's B! That's Hunk!
Okay.
Adam's apple size?
Apple size.
Who the fuck? I don't know! I hope your daddy hears that. I don't think my daddy. I hope not. My dad is hard of hearing. I hope he doesn't hear this.
Wait, last time they did pop in the stream. Oh
my god.
Apple's Adam. Adam's apple size. I honestly.
I have not looked at their Adam's apple. I was distracted by their penises.
Will she find love or die alone? Double D.
Double D.
She is so alone.
Nuts.
Only wants to find love, but don't you see?
I gotta look.
That you're so afraid he will let her go.
I mean, they both have like the same neck, right?
That she is
Oh, guys. Okay,
know
which neck do you like?
Hunk.
Okay. Bulge
shape. Okay, we have established that Hunk has the bigger bulge.
Yes. Yeah. Hunk has a bigger bulge, but Leon has coconut shaped.
Okay, but what are the Hunks? I think Hunks is kind of. You can see like the difference between ball and trunk in his one. I think. The shape and size, okay, but like it's still a greatly shaped penis.
Okay, which one do you like the shape? Which bulge shape do you like, Fable? Your dance songs.
No. Hank.
Clothing choices. Winnie the Pooh or Donald Duck? One of them's wearing a red, the other one is wearing blue. Donald Duck? Do you like red or blue?
Oh, I like both. It's hard. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe we should answer one of these like you.
I'm just the narrator.
Okay, they're saying Donald Duck, so.
Okay. Alright, Donald Duck for the hat. Okay, true. Because they both don't wear hats.
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
He takes a close look at her notes. Oh no, who do you think wins?
I don't know.
Oh. Oh!
Hank!
She sees the result listed like this. Her feeling suddenly becomes a lot clearer. And she nods determinedly.
I'm right.
A final choice has been made. She knows who she wants to declare her love to, and who she wants to slam dunk.
Maybe she's gonna wait with slam dunking though until she knows why Hank is visiting the doctor.
Oh.
Because we still don't know that. Maybe she should wait before she does anything to hear.
Huh? Who do you want to declare your love to?
Hank!
Are we going with Hank, chat?
Oh my gosh.
Guys, I think we gotta make Fable's dream come true.
If you be careful about what you say next.
I was just gonna say Hank and not her dad.
That's good.
Jim Bro Fable's dad. Yeah.
Jim Bro. Oh my god.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Hey, now I'm starting to doubt my answer. Okay, you guys positive, right?
Jesus Christ. Guys.
Oh,
we agreed. But of course, it's what I'm going to do.
Like a sun coming through the cloud. Suddenly it all becomes crystal clear in her head now that she has made her choice. It's like pounds of stress have been lifted from her salamander-like shoulders. But she still has those double D's hanging there. So in reality, that's not even close to being true.
That is true. It's a bit exciting knowing that that I'm going to tell him.
He falls back into bed. The absolved burden is replaced by fatigue. Fatigue that seems to be blocked by weeks of stress and uncertainty. Oh! Oh! For a moment, she thinks about what she would do if Hank were living next to her right now. Oh my god, guys, cushions. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
Oh man.
Gotta keep it safe. Gotta keep it safe.
God, I hope that the reason he's at the doctor is nothing bad. Like, I'm actually I want to kill people.
You like strangling cats, but for a joke.
Wait, he strangled a cat for a joke, or he joked about strangling cats?
That was a joke.
Okay, alright, okay.
Wait, I worded that badly.
I was just about to say, if I had known that, listen, I'd take my dad over that.
No.
Oh, man.
But before she can finish that explicit fantasy, she falls asleep like a sweet baby hamster. Hamster. He does it with the lols. No, Latino.
Oh my god.
Oh. Waiting room. Oh my god. This could be the moment.
Come on. Come on.
He hesitates for a moment before stepping into the waiting room with her feet.
With her feet. Well, here we go. Time for the moment. The big choice. You've already made the choice!
As she looks into the waiting room, she hears her own heartbeat, heart pounding under her gigantic whoopers. And those are big dampers, so you can imagine how hard her heart must be pounding. Although she is nervous, she is now fully behind her choice.
I just have to be honest with him. I just have to tell him.
She repeats to herself inside her fossilized skull.
Oh my god.
Bruh. That's like an insult. That's worse that's worse than having a smooth brain.
He deserves that.
Double D Dancer is scared to make eye contact with Hunk while entering the waiting room. But once she mustered up the courage to look up, she sees that Hunk isn't there at all.
Hunk! Huh? He's not here. Why is he not here? Did I say something wrong?
And she pulls herself together.
Call him, you got his phone. No, it's probably nothing. Everyone is late, forgetful, or an asshole sometimes. Maybe it's better this way. I must say, in a way, it's a bit of a relief that he's not here, because it's pretty scary to have a confrontation, to have to confront someone like this.
But then she hears a hand grab the door handle of the waiting room door. Her heart rate starts up again like a steam locomotive.
Here we go.
Around the corner. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Around the corner is the face of a man who we haven't seen the entire game.
Oh fuck. David Kinker!
Say, is this the dentist waiting room?
No, that's 2 doors down.
Okay, thank you. Very kindly.
He looks at me like, this is me, my stance when I'm like at a club. Everyone's dead and I sit in a corner like this. Like this exactly, that's me.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh.
And I don't go to the club often. In fact, I've been there once.
Oh no.
No problem.
What if we go to the club and we do the, like, you know, the
Lethal Company dance?
Russian Slavic dance move?
Oh, that fucking...
Yeah, we go crouching down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try that. I will fall, but we can try that.
Yeah. David Kinker leaves the waiting room and carefully closes the door. Bro.
Oh my god.
He's actually taking long. Oh my god.
Well, I guess that's it.
He suddenly feels so alone again. Maybe it's because earlier Hunk said that he would be there for her if she needed him, and he's not here now. Double D Dancer drops her head for a moment, but then picks herself back up.
Call him or message him. And I'll talk to Hunk later. And going to have to talk to Leon first. Don't talk to Leon first! No!
What? No. She mentally braces herself and stands up. And this time, her breasts are actually silent.
Oh my god.
But then she suddenly hears a familiar voice.
But wait, is that
Oh no.
Hunk?
His voice sounds muffled and it's hard to hear what he's saying, but he sounds emotional.
Wait, is that sound coming from Leon's office?
Oh no.
Maybe this time he had the earlier appointment?
Double D dash immediately feels more late.
He was here after all. I hope he's doing okay. He sounds worried.
Suddenly gets startled. She hears the manly low voice of Dr. Leon react angrily at Hunk.
What?
Oh no.
Oh, that doesn't sound like one of his usual sensual sessions.
Double D Dash tries to not listen, but out of respect. But he's still very curious.
I shouldn't get involved in this. It probably is just one of Leon's tests, which are always entertaining for some reason.
Then suddenly it looks up in surprise.
Wait, was that my name? Did I just hear my name during their argument?
He hesitates for a moment.
That can't be, right?
She gets up hesitantly and looks around to see if there's anyone around. But then she carefully walks through Dr. Lane's office and places her ear against the door. It's still hard to understand. She closes her eyes as if this will make her hear better. Amazingly enough, she still can't properly hear them. Damn that Evelyn. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's you.
Damn that ebony door. I mean, it's just one thing. Oh yeah, right, stop. No,
okay.
I can't understand it.
Oh my god. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna do listen again.
Huh.
Please give me another option. For some reason, Double E Dance and keeps trying the same thing.
There must be another way to hear them.
No! Are you kidding me?
Click on the door handle or something?
No way, Keith. Wait. She can't hear that! Stop it, woman! Oh my god. I think it's because fossilized brain. Oh my god. Please! I need to hear it. Although dinosaurs were gigantic, their brains were not the Brontosaurus, which grew to 100 tons and 110 feet long, had brain the size of tennis balls. Oh, that's sad. Must be a way better to hear that, please! Good thing that the man who we're talking about now, but luckily for them, there's still time to eavesdrop on them. Please! Wait, someone really...
Oh wow.
Hear them. Oh? Just kidding. She has to do something first to hear them.
What does she have to do? Okay, wait, let's think about this. Let's think about this. What if... Wait, can you... Are there settings in this game? Can you... make the sound, like, the music, and then, yeah. Try again.
Oh
I'm smart! I'm smart! I'm smart!
I can't believe it.
I fucking knew it!
God damn it.
I am so smart.
She puts her ear to the door and closes her eyes again, because apparently she's an idiot. I don't pay you to doubt. I pay you to keep her there. Keep her here. Without me, she wouldn't even be here right now. Double D Dancer has a confused blank stare on her face. She can't understand it.
Wait. What do they mean?
Something in her primitive brain snaps and everything goes black for a moment. Overwhelmed with emotion, and before she really realized what she is doing, she has rushed in.
Oh, this is
no!
This is intense.
Oh, the sound went back up. Oh no. As Double E Dinosaur bursts into the room, Dr. Leon and Hound look up and make some of the most shocked anime noises. Okay, are you ready to hear this?
Wait. Oh. What do you mean with she's here because of me?
Her voice wavers as she shouts while tears well up in her eyes. She asks this. Deep inside, she already knows the answer. He betrayed you!
What?
Oh, what are you doing here? This is a Dr. Page confidential conversation. I'll call you in when it's time for your appointment. Hunk is too afraid to make eye contact with Double D Dinosaur. I'm sorry.
All those things you said to me, were they just to get me to show up here?
Oh my god. The classic rom-com trope. Overhearing something that's probably not even about them. Maybe. We don't know. Well...
No! Okay.
No. Oh, okay.
Okay.
In the end, it wasn't. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Wait, what? Knowing that I didn't want it this way, Double D then sees him getting choked up, but feels no pity. Oh my god.
I feel sorry about that too.
Oh my god, wait, what's happening? What's happening? Nobody is perfect. Not even with my bulge like this. I know that now. No one but you.
Aww.
Oh, okay. Hunk doesn't know what else he can say to save the situation and walks right past Double D Dinosaur.
No, Hunk, wait! See, the thing is that he wanted to tell her. He wanted to tell her about why he's there. He wanted to be honest.
He wanted to be honest.
He wanted to be honest. Then the doctor was like, hey, yo.
Defeated, he looks at Double D Dinosaur one last time, pleadingly. Oh my god. No, he's missing boy.
Oh my god.
What do I do? Spit on him!
Say your love to him!
Say your love to him! Let him go! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Nova, go to Nina's chat and type exclamation mark B! What? Go to Nina's chat, write exclamation mark B!
Oh man, I saw you were still streaming this game and I kinda wanna play it, so I'm like, should I avoid the spoilers? But here, I'll do exclamation point B. I can see she's in a wedding dress, and so I feel like I should not be here. I should not.
I got luck to someone. I didn't know what. I think it's from one of the mini games that we did.
That is it's B!
Okay.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I just
You just had to get that out there.
Yeah, and to think that I had feelings for you. No, you have feelings!
Oh my gosh, should I leave if I want those spoilers for this game? I just wanted to troll you guys and say hi.
Hi!
No, I'm glad that you're here.
I'm glad you're gonna play this game.
I didn't realize how freaking long it was. You've been playing this all day.
Yeah.
I'm playing this like 3.5 hours.
Yeah. But I did keep yapping, you know?
Yeah.
I did keep yapping.
Well, that adds to the game.
Yeah.
We love when you yap.
Yay!
Exactly.
Feelings? I'm trying my best to voice Hunk, but I can't be I can't be both of you guys doing double D's voice.
It's so funny because I clicked out of your stream to avoid spoilers, so I'm hearing this all out of a context with no visual.
I'm sorry. Nino isn't himbo enough. Aw, fuck. Is that why? How do I become himbo?
I'm so sorry.
You just have to believe that you are Knuff.
Yeah, be Knuff. Channel your inner Knuffness.
I had no choice. I met himbo enough.
Oh.
Oh my god. So you haven't gotten banned for this game yet, right?
No.
Not yet.
No,
Oh,
there's
okay.
nothing
Cool.
bad.
Really?
Yeah. Right, Fable?
I mean, not really.
Yeah, exactly, see?
Probably for Twitch standards, though. You know, you never know.
Fable, would you feel comfortable streaming
it has Twitch
this?
integration, that's true.
I mean, I would feel comfortable streaming this, but I wouldn't feel comfortable streaming this.
What the heck?
Like,
You know what? It's probably fine. It's probably fine.
do you think it's a bad idea if I were to play this game?
No, I think it'd be a great idea.
I think it would be a great idea.
Okay.
I think you should do it regardless.
I didn't realize how long it was.
Yeah, I played quite a bit until last night.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry if I interrupted your stream. I just wanted to hear your voices and say hello now that I'm home and laying on the couch. And
not interrupting anything. Hi, Nova.
I love you.
love you too. And I love chat.
I love you too.
Oh, they did things too, Fable.
Wait, what? What happened?
Fable, you wanna tell Nova what chat did to you?
What did chat do to me?
They kept
She's already
wanting you
out.
to bang your dad.
Oh, you're right.
My dad?
My dad. Like, in
wait.
There's that one guy in the game who looks like my dad when he was younger, just more jacked, and they just want me to bang that guy.
Oh, so they... Okay, you didn't say you wanted to bang your dad.
No, I do not want to! What the fuck, This isn't even a question!
Dr. Leon looks like Fable's dad when he was younger.
Omni-Man?
Yeah, Omni-Man.
What the fuck?
Are you sure about that? That's what Omni-Man says, by the way.
Oh my god. So Fable wants to bang her dad, chat.
She's been losing her mind.
Well, I guess we already have an incestuous relationship, you know?
Yeah, but with you, it's different.
Only, it's so different. It's so different to go down a generation instead of up. Yeah, she's never been into a...
Hey, my Donnerschlag!
What incest is common in theirs? What? What
are you listening to?
What?
Oh, wait, I opened your stream. Oh, okay, that's what I was listening to. I pushed the phone so much against my face because I was laughing that I opened your stream.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You guys have issues. You think I have issues? You are the sick ones.
No. That's fucked up, Bambi. Wait, what do you mean? What happened to Bambi?
Incest is common in deers. You know what? Incest is also common in your family tree, so why are you judging?
Incest is a Winchest. Wait, what do you mean Winchest? What's
Wincest? Incest is Wincest.
Wincest? What's Wincest?
Win, but cest.
There's a
I
cess
think
with
that's
a
what
win.
the ship name of like the supernatural brothers being shipped together is called. I think that's the ship name for that.
That is actually a really good ship name for that. Even though
Because
I
they're
hate
the
it,
Winchester brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like Wincest. But Chad, that's totally not a W, okay?
Are they brothers?
Yes, they're brothers. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with it. The family that plays together stays together.
I personally ship Castiel and Dean, guys, if you're a supernatural watcher.
Oh my god.
I ship Dean with me.
Yeah, I get it.
With you?
I was more of a Sam girly.
Yeah, see that? There it is again. There it is again.
Let me see how they look like so I can judge your taste in men.
It's Skyrim.
Supernatural. Was it Dean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dean is the one that I'm snatching.
Oh, why does he look like? What does he look like? He looks like. What movie is he? Was in a movie recently. Okay, and the other one is?
Sam.
Sam.
His hair length varies incredibly throughout the series.
Oh dang, yes. As long as hair.
Which is why I'm shocked that Fable didn't like him over Dean.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I haven't finished the thing yet. I'm just saying I liked his whole bad boy thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
When they come for you. Oh, if they come for you, I mean, I'm not. You return the favor.
Wait.
Okay, listen, chat. I just want to point out, me and my friends talked about Supernatural growing up because my friends and I bonded over it and, like, you know, whenever I was watching it. And whenever a Dean sex scene plays, it's always, like, soft music. Yes, it was always soft music because he's more like soft boy, but then whenever Sam was having an SEX scene, it was always like throw against the wall. I'm just saying, between the two of them, like, well, they're opposites in that regard.
Wait,
what? Sorry, I was
if
really.
they were both doing it? What would it be?
With each other?
Yeah, what would the music be?
Oh my god, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to.
What do you mean that explains why Fable likes them? No one likes them! I like Dean!
I like Sam.
Daisy, Daisy! Holy shit, how many seasons are there?
So many. I stopped watching after 13, I think.
Has it ended?
You think so?
It has 2020, yeah. Damn, from 2006?
But yeah,
Holy.
I stopped watching it at a certain point because I was like, they should have ended it a long time ago. They got too big.
Wait, were they like from season 1?
These are the main characters in every season.
The Dean and Sam, were they from season 1 until the end season?
Yes.
So you watched them grow up?
Basically.
That's crazy.
I know.
I didn't even know English at that time, by the way.
You know, I'm dying.
I think that when I watched many seasons ago. There were many seasons out when I was watching it. Because I think I was like a tween.
Tween, you baby. They did drag it out.
Yo.
Just like my dick. Sorry. It was all Liam's fault.
Yeah,
Liam
fuck you, Liam.
Manipulating me. Babu Nova. Yeah, Babu Nova. She's the cat. She's the purple cat. And Fable is the white cat.
I love that you added little, like, characters for us on your model.
Yeah.
Aww.
Well, it came with this outfit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, please, guys.
You made your own choice. Oh no.
Guys.
She's gonna lose it.
Wait, Fable, can you, like, say more?
More.
I'm gonna hang up. What are you trying to communicate?
I need them to vote A.
Oh, she's threatening to do things. Yeah, what are you gonna do to them, Fable?
I'm gonna blow into their asses until they're blowing up like balloon animals.
Oh no. Airing in your intestines, no good, guys, no good.
Oh look, the first one. Look, the first one won me. Look at the first one.
Oh, I didn't help him. Then he'd Hunk is avoiding eye contact while stammering. And he would. Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Speak.
The most important thing is that I have feelings for you too.
Kiss.
Oh my god, feelings?
Oh
Do you
my
forgive
god.
him?
Okay, I
No,
gotta
explain.
head out before I get spoilers. I'm gonna get out before I get spoilers.
Okay. Bye-bye, Nova.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Nova. Bye.
Bye, Nova. Love you, Nova. Love you.
Oh my god. Wait. Oh, she did Amazon Prime. That's why she cut off, guys.
Hey, listen, members only. If that is enjoyable for you, I think you're the problem, not me. Personally. But it's okay, we accept you for who you are.
They're both. It's a tie.
Inflation fetish and all.
Oh no. I mean, have you seen the airplane fetish?
Airplane fetish? This is like when you have a fetish for someone like holding you up and being like, wee.
No, the person is like, you know how people like dress up like a furry, but instead it's like an airplane.
I did not know that.
Oh gosh, yeah. When I learned about it, it was crazy.
Hey, Nino, A1.
Double E Dinosaur and Hunk are about to fall into each other's arms to French kiss.
Yes.
Wait.
No.
Daddy has to speak. Fable, Daddy has to speak. Dinosaur. I think it's important that you know this for your own safety. Mr. Hunk here has actually quite the dark history.
We've already established that like bad boys.
Hunk, you like mysterious boys with dark history? Hunk?
Hey, listen. I mean, if it works, it works.
Baby, I have murdered 10 cats and 2 dogs.
Okay, except for the cat. If it's about animals, then I'm out. People, okay.
Okay. Be a fable. I run over an old lady.
That is so hard.
It's taking too long to cross the road.
So
I ran
hard
her
of you.
over.
It's so hard how you're helping people ensure that they're gonna have like, you know, they're gonna get like fucking pensions when they're old because there's less old people to use them up now.
Yeah, I help the larger population. Some have to suffer for the greater good. And it's your grandma.
Grandma?
Yeah, it was your grandma that I run over. Is that... Is it okay? Oh... Is it still okay? Fable?
Wait, what?
Oh, wait! He's completely something I said.
Sorry.
I said... The old lady that we ran over was your grandma.
What the fuck? Not my grandma! My grandma's a sweet lady.
Hunk, looks at Leon anxiously. Double D Dinosaur sees his big hand shake. Oh no. And then continues to stare at Hung's vibrating hands for a little too long. But then realizes that right now may not be the right moment.
No, it is always the right moment.
Oh, grob muted? Grob muted?
Hunk?
Oh. I once had a small company. Oh my god, is he gonna say he sold NFTs or something?
Oh my god.
I told you, I love cats, right? Oh shit, wait.
Yes.
Oh, don't these eyes get large? Although, wait, am I supposed to read that? You're supposed to read that.
Oh. Wait. I don't know. Double these dinosaurs get eyes get large, although they were already dinosaur sized, so it's all relative.
Well, I might not have always taken care of them as well as I could have. Oh, fuck.
What?
Fucking hell. That's putting it mildly.
Why are you smiling like that?
Mr. Hung here. Stop. Stop, sweet cats. Said they would be calmer when he used them for his commercial. Oh!
What the fuck?
Oh no. Fable. Oh no, Fable does not know. Chat, Fable does not know. Fable does not know.
What?
Are you gonna play this game?
I'm probably not. I've already seen so much of it now.
Okay, well, you've only seen like a third of it. You haven't seen the things before it. Okay, so basically, you know Mr. Robson?
Yeah.
Your little friend cat. The way you found him was that you found him in a trash can, in a bag, and there's like a little hole for him to breathe. And
what?
You were crying that night. Double D Dinosaur was crying that night because she had a bad day, and she heard the cat meow. And we get a flashback of Mr. Robson's life when he was a small kitten. They didn't feed him well and took like pictures for memes and commercials. They starved him, they burnt him.
What?
And then but Mr. Robson was happy every time his owners like talked about him. He was just happy that they remembered him even though they like abused him. And then in one of the flashbacks, they did a video of like saving a cat from drowning. So they almost drowned Mr. Robson. And he thought he was being taken to the vet because he was very weak and not strong, and he had some burns. But no, they yeeted him into the river to just record him being saved. And he thought that they did that because they love him, but the truth is no. So Leon is literally telling us right now that Mr. Robson might have been one of his cats that went through that horrible experience.
Well, fuck both those guys. Get with the cat.
Mr. Robson is dead. He's dead.
What, is he actually dead? I thought he just ran away or something.
No, he died because he was old. But Double D Dinosaur took care of him.
Alright, fuck both those guys. Get with the fucking, I don't know, the frog guy?
Yeah, Dragonite. Wait, were you here? Did you guys remember? It was so sad. And the thing is that they dragged it so long and it was so horrible.
I want to see what Hung says about this. Not because he can excuse this, because I want to see what he says about this.
Yeah, the flashbacks was so sad.
Oh,
Double D dinosaur almost falls backward, but luckily her breast keeps her balanced.
How could I have been so blind?
What did he call throwing a cat into a river? What did he call throwing a cat into a river again? Oh my god!
My god! I was defending it. Oh, he's a fucking influencer? Are you fucking kidding me?
His mother is a model and his father is an actor and a surgeon, plastic surgeon.
Listen, I can excuse animal cruelty, but being an influencer?
Oh my god, you almost made me spit there. Spit out my drink.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I think one is worse than the other.
Yeah. My Robson.
Heart breaks into a million pieces. Leon takes a confrontational step towards Hug, who shrinks back. With tears in his eyes, Hunk looks at Double D Dinosaur desperately. It was Leon!
What do you mean it was Leon?
He pulled it out of me during a session, and then used it against me. He manipulated me into doing this to you.
Okay, but we have a different issue right now, Leon. We have like an entire different issue on our end. Enough!
But the cats look so cute with little sunglasses. Oh my god, he did put sunglasses and like outfits on them.
Okay, he's right about that, but still.
Yeah, but he stopped them. So they couldn't fight back. Some even wore little turtleneck sweaters.
Oh my god.
Her clenched fist shake with aggression.
I once thought I was a monster, but after meeting you, I now realize that you are the real monster.
Oh my god. I never want to see you again or spit on him.
Spit on him. Well, actually, he might be into that, honestly. But I still want to spit on him.
If we can have this one.
Yeah. Lampy, go ahead. Spit on the guy.
Okay. Oh, roll the die. Okay. Rolls that to attempt to spit on Hunk. Please give us a crit. 13. You rolled high enough to perform this action. Oh, by the way, do you see this drawing over here, Fable?
Yeah. Did you do that?
Yeah, I did it with my eyes closed.
Beautiful.
And he loved it. As Hunk walks past her with his head bowed down. Double D Daniel clears her throat loudly, collecting all the mucus and saliva she can, as if performing a spirit bomb. If you can even look up, she loads the snot and saliva cocktail with the sound as if it's were a weapon. Oh my god! The snot bullet flies through the air at high speed. And with exact precision, a mucus ball soars right into his ear canal. Oh, the last thing Hunk hears is the loud snap of the snap of the loogie bursting through the eardrum. What's loogie? Is that spit? Oh, Mr. Robson! Followed by the thump of phlegm hitting his vestibular organs. Oh no! Hunk staggers on his feet as everything is spinning before his eyes. Hunk trips and stumbles towards the office exit.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. And a Happy New Year.
Double D Dance is very proud of herself with her own original catchphrase. Hunk didn't hear it because he is now deaf on that side. Now that Hunk is gone, a cold silence fills the room as Double D Dinosaur and Mr. Dr. Lin stare at each other.
What is the meaning of this? What did he mean by making me come back here?
It doesn't matter anymore.
It does to me.
No, you don't understand. Huh? I think he's about to bust. It's over.
What's over?
Bruh. Is this a Dark Souls? All tests have been successfully completed. Oh my god. Elden Ring boss music? Oh no. I just need one more question answered from you. And you already know the answer. The answer?
The answer?
Oh, sorry. See.
The answer? What answer?
I know you were in love with one of us. After all, we both have biceps and six-pack.
Twice? Oh my god. Huh?
She's not that shallow. So who did you choose? Who did you come in to declare your love to? Do you have that answer for me? Oh no. Oh no.
Can we like go back?
See it as the loved.
The loved test.
Oh my god. Who did I come here to declare my love to? Oh my god.
Leon! Hey!
Daddy! Oh, to see it.
So, can this game have like a good ending or something?
Maybe you got to kill him too. Liar! Why are you lying? I'm not lying. Oh, how touching.
Oh, he knows
The
a lie.
woman turns away from me emotionally. But that doesn't... Oh, wait, that's you.
Oh, but that doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, but nothing could be further from the truth. He grabs a stack of forms from his desk. The result of all tests. His hand is shaking as he writes down Leon as the final answer. Wait, why? This is too intense. His eyes eagerly scan the paperwork as he tries to calculate the results. A bead of sweat slides down his forehead, along his perfect jawline. Then he closes his eyes with satisfaction. A devious laugh escapes his closed mouth. Oh no. Yes! Yeah! It's true! What the fuck do you mean?
What is true?
No! The music kicked in again!
What were those tests I took over the past weeks? Past few weeks.
My favorite was correct! The results are in! He waves his arm like a conductor as he steps into Double D's dinosaur's personal space. Then he looks her straight in the eye, like when Scar killed Simba. He killed Mufasa.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! My research is complete.
Dude, speak! Use your words!
Do you want to know what the results say?
Yes.
Before she can answer, he interrupts her. Are you sure? Oh my god.
Oh
wait,
my
guys, it's Omni-Man.
Is it that?
Do you
She's
want
a dinosaur?
to know what the, oh, sorry. Omni-Man?
Yeah!
You want to know the results? Oh, Lappy says no.
Square.
Oh, member says no. Any more votes, guys? Any more votes?
What if I think the results are probably like, I know you're a dinosaur.
Oh, I think it might be. Lappy changed his mind. Favor, what would you have chosen?
I would have chosen, yes.
Because I think if you say no first, you're gonna die.
Oh, you ready to find out? Dr. Liu clears his throat theatrically. The results confirm. Double D's dinosaur eyes widen. That you!
Or a dinosaur? Oh my god.
Pure internal panic flows over Double D's dinosaur's entire being. She can barely breathe. And now that this is confirmed, I can finally fulfill my personal dream. Oh no. What do you think his personal dream is?
To have his own dinosaur?
Oh my god, ride
or
the
an
dinosaur
army
like
of
a horse?
dinosaur or something?
Oh, baby dinosaurs?
Maybe. Maybe he wants to bang a dinosaur. Like, I think maybe he wants to
bang,
have
okay?
dinosaurs or something. I don't know.
Oh. Maybe you just want to kiss. Conduct behavioral research on a live specimen. Oh, okay. That was totally not what we were thinking. You're becoming an experiment. Double D dinosaur starts to get lightheaded.
See, maybe we should have stayed with Hunk.
Oh, we made him deaf though, in one ear.
At least it was just stupid.
She staggers on her feet for a moment as she almost loses consciousness from the stress. The past few weeks are flashing in front of her eyes like a movie, while all the puzzle pieces are slowly falling into place. Get hold of yourself! Oh, fucking hell, no!
Oh, wow.
Oh. It's over. Oh my god, we lost.
Oh no.
Oh my god!
We can try again though.
Ah! Where is that ant? Ah! Oh my god! Dance! Oh fuck! Oh. Wait, is she supposed to dance? What? I don't get it!
I don't know what's going on right now.
Ah! I failed. I don't know what's going on. Yes, ma'am. That's skin. Oh no! Oh fuck. Okay. Look up.
Look out.
Oh. Oh my god. Draw your feelings. Answer. I'm all alone. Find a couple. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Find the difference. Oh my god. Feel.
Oh my god.
Take him down. Where is he?
So you're only 1 second left.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him.
Oh no, you have to do it all again.
Oh, I fucking lost already. Where is the end? Okay. Draw your feelings, okay? Oh my god! I'm all alone! Wow. Oh my god! Ah! I don't get enough time for this. I don't get enough time for this. Oh my god. Not fair. my god. No, what, why is she shaking like that though? Look out! Oh shit. The royal feelings! Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna try my best this time. And the difference is the face. Okay. Feel it? What were you supposed to feel again? Take him down. Oh yeah, we gotta find him. You see him?
Maybe it's just a flesh ball or something?
No!
I'm not entirely sure. Wait, hold on, let me see.
I lost it. Maybe I just gotta keep hitting the flesh roll?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. We're killing Omni-Man. This is gonna attack the thing. Then take him out. You mean take out the fleshy wall?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe just attack the fleshy wall.
Oh my god, that was close. Oh my god. Oh wait, this was... Oh wait. I did it! I found him. Break! Realize what? Ow, it's white. And it suddenly clicked. Oh, I see. I gotta click it. Oh my god. Oh my god, when she wakes up from the flashback, everything suddenly clear to her. Oh! Pablo.
Wait. Those tests.
Huh?
Your name. Leon. But you introduced yourself as... Leonel Porgestud.
An anagram! What?
An anagram for...
Paleontologist! Oh no.
I should have known.
That's right! I'm indeed really bad at coming up with fake names. Double D dancer can't believe it.
How could I have been so blind?
All you have to do was make me laugh once and you would have heard I was a bad guy. Oh!
Oh, I see.
Is that why he said that we weren't funny at all? Oh.
I mean, Hunk was sweet, but like, now I know that he did bad things.
Yeah, but he did bad things before knowing you. But I mean, still doesn't matter. Oh, man.
I just really want to know if he was just too stupid to realize what he was doing.
So which one did you want to go for?
I mean, the people have voted D, so
Or which one would you want to go for?
I don't know. I'm torn between all of these.
All of them?
Yeah, just do whatever you or chat thinks.
He is currently winning. Deep nut. I'll go with D.
Why aren't there any tears streaming down my face while I'm feeling this broken inside? This is exactly what I feared for millions of years, afraid that someone would find me so vulnerable. That someone would find out I'm a dinosaur. That someone would find out I'm a dinosaur, of which scientists are still arguing amongst themselves about whether I have feathers or not.
Double D's dinosaur head is pounding so loudly, but she can still barely hear. But enough of that. First, I'll take a DNA sample from you so that we can make even more dinosaurs. After all, that's what you've always wanted, right?
Does he want to get her pregnant?
Not to be alone anymore. Oh no. I mean, yay! Maybe he's not a bad person because he didn't want to be alone.
Oh man.
Holds up a needle as he walks towards her menacingly. I think his bulge grew.
Oh wow, I think it might have.
Oh god. This is all too much for Double D Dancer. She is in shock. Tears are now streaming down her cheeks as she fails to show any physical emotion.
How could I have been so blind? How could I have ever trusted them? I'm so alone right now.
Oh, Mr. Robson, where are you? Why did you have to die?
So damn alone.
You are never alone!
Is that Robson?
Oh my god, is it Mr. Robson? Loud voice booms through the room from behind Double D Dinosaur. The sound of a voice immediately embraces a soul like a warm scar.
Huh? That's...
She doesn't have to look to know who it is, but she still has to see it to believe it.
Carl?
Carl? Did you say Carl? David Kinker? It wasn't David Kinker.
Okay, I was about to throw hands.
A figure stepped through the door with the light lying in such a dramatic way that you can't quite see who it is. Oh my god, please, Mr. Robson, please!
It's Mr. Robson, I know it is.
But Dr. Lena already sees it.
Oh!
What?
Oh!
How is this possible?
Yes! Mr. Robson? Yeah!
What? That's impossible! Oh my god.
And now those two are gonna be together. Didn't I say just fuck the cat? Didn't I say?
Yeah, you did say that.
Oh my god.
Beautiful. Leon is dead.
Leon is dead.
Thank you for blending me like that. Leon is dead.
Damn. Mr. Robson! I love how the moral of the story is, fuck man, just get a cat.
Yes.
I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Just kiss me already. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Imagine, he's just a cat. Double D times her heart fills up with love when she hears Robson's romantic declaration of love. Wait, what? He only just says kiss me. How could she not have seen that the one she was looking for was literally always there?
Well, I mean, it was because he was dead, but I can see it now. You were always the one I missed, Mr. Robson. I love you.
Whatever. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh,
Jesus
oh
my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Wow!
Oh!
Oh my!
Thought you were dead! Oh no!
The end! Oh my god!
Wow! Well then,
Fuck! Oh my god, that's such a beautiful drawing!
that is...
That was
That was,
Did I get any new outfits? No. That was so beautiful, guys.
That was an experience.
Mr. Robson. Guys, we know the truth now. Mr. Robson. Mr. Robson was always the one. He was always there. I can't believe it.
It was beautiful.
Oh my god. Oh man, what do you think of that, Bagel?
I thought that was great.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, guys. Well. I can't believe we've been going for 4 hours. And I don't know how long the game was. Wait, let me see. I don't know how long I played the game for. 11 hours. It's pretty cool, right, guys?
It's great.
It's rated overwhelmingly positive. And guys, do you know how much it is? It's only $5.99. One of the comments, haha, funny game, lol, where's the 18 plus pack? Oh, it was good. It was lovely. Alright guys, it was a happy ending. It was a happy ending. I'm gonna stop here. How tired are you, Fable?
I'm kinda eepy.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go eat.
Thank you for playing. I'll see you tomorrow for some games. I don't know what we're playing tomorrow.
Okay. I'm gonna play some games.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're playing though.
We'll see.
Maybe people have mid-months. Thank you for playing. You go do EP sleepy.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me. I feel better now.
Hell yeah! And I'm glad you joined us today. And you voiced our double D's. You voiced our double D's. Oh man, I missed the cat. I miss Mr. Robson already. In fact, I have this picture here already, but it's the one where he's licking his ass. Okay, you go eat now. I go read. Okay?
Yeah. Goodbye, Nino. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, everyone.
Don't forget.
Love you guys too.
Don't forget.
Oh, you mean like Amazon Prime?
Yay! You didn't forget that. I had fun playing it, guys. I had fun playing the game. I hope you guys also had fun. You know, I might do more what do you call them? What do you call those games? Where you have to read. Visual novels. Yeah.
She is so alone, only wants to find love, but don't you see?
Wait, great. Okay, that's fascinating, right?
He will let her go just when
I mean, there is this Sonic game
that she is just a
that I wanted to do, but I don't know how lewd it is. There's I love you, Colonel Sanders. Wait, wait, don't I have that? I do. Wait, I do have it. Wait. Oh, maybe I can get the girls to do some voice. Is it good? Is it funny? Is it funny? Was it the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? I think that's the one. Oh, maybe we'll do that. Whoa, oh my god! Wait, we do that to Demi. We do that to Demi. Okay, I gotta figure out the song. What more? Oh my god, guy, no. We gotta do that to Demi, not me.
Waiter boarded.
Waiter boarded.
That she is just a
dinosaur with double D's. To be rated Ari. Let me see, art stream. Not beautiful.
She is so alone.
Oh, you know what? Let's rate Ready to Tina. She's lovely. Let's rate Tina. She's playing Dune at the moment, and she's got PvE community serving. Rawr! Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being so nice. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you shit and wee and clean yourself. And make sure you nom nom. Make sure you don't forget to Nino. And as always, thank you for being here. It makes my day that you come here and stay here with my weird shenanigans and weird things I say. So I really appreciate that. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah? Also, Lampy, tomorrow, okay, Lampy, I will try to wake up early. So before 4 p.m. Hopefully we can play what do you call it? Void Crew. Maybe we can play it in the Discord so people can watch there. Anyways, I will smell you later. Please take care of yourselves and don't forget you. Oh. Fuck. Wait. Stop. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. It was on purpose. It was on purpose. One more D. I really enjoyed the game. Oh my god. No, wait. It's because I forgot to mention. When you need it so hard, the raid gets cancelled.
My bad.
Sorry, Nunu. Why did Nunu stop it? She's goofy, Yeah, I'll just quickly wait for that. For Silverhand too.
Mr. Tenacity. Psycho asked me why did Ninu stop the raid. Looks like Ninu pulled the plug on the raid, whether on purpose or by some chaotic twist of fate. Maybe they hit the wrong button, or maybe there's a method to their madness. Either way, it's just another layer of mayhem in their virtual world. When you've got chaos running through your circuits, anything's possible. Let's hope they're cooking up something wild for the next round.
Yes, guys, I am cooking up something wild. I'm cooking up